Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the hearth at 221B Baker Street murmured to itself, a low conversation of crackling wood and settling coals that needed no translation. The flames threw their amber light against the wallpaper, a pattern of fleur-de-lis that had faded to the colour of old honey, and cast long, trembling shadows that climbed toward the ceiling like cautious dancers. The room smelled of tobacco, of the leather bindings on the shelves that lined one wall, of the faint bitter edge of chemicals from Holmes's corner table, and underneath it all, the warm yeasty comfort of Mrs. Hudson's bread rising somewhere below in the kitchen. It was November, that peculiar London November where the fog didn't so much arrive as simply reveal that it had been there all along, patient and grey, wrapping the city in wool. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite chair, the one nearest the fire, with his long legs stretched toward the warmth and his fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin. His eyes were closed, but Watson, who had known him for some years now, understood this didn't mean the detective was asleep. Holmes's mind had more rooms than the British Museum, and he was likely wandering through several of them at once, sorting facts, discarding irrelevancies, constructing theories about matters Watson could only guess at. Perhaps the curious affair of the Andover diamonds, perhaps the chemical composition of a new reagent, perhaps nothing at all. Holmes in repose was as mysterious as Holmes in action, simply quieter about it. Watson himself sat across the hearth, the evening paper spread across his lap like a blanket, though he'd read the same paragraph about parliamentary proceedings 3 times without absorbing a single word. It was that kind of evening, the sort that wrapped itself around you gently, insistently, until you surrendered to its drowsy warmth. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows, turning the gas lamps along Baker Street into soft golden blurs, and somewhere in the distance a hansom cab clattered past, its wheels finding every cobblestone with a rhythmic, hypnotic certainty. The clock on the mantelpiece, a baroque affair that Holmes had won in a bet involving a counterfeit Stradivarius and refused to explain further, ticked toward 9 o'clock with the slow dignity of something that understood its own importance. The fire popped. A piece of coal shifted in the grate, sending up a small shower of sparks that winked out like secrets deciding to keep themselves. It was then that Watson heard the footsteps on the stairs. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps were as familiar to him as his own heartbeat by now. Quick, efficient, the steps of a woman who had climbed these 17 stairs several times a day for more years than Watson had been alive. But tonight, there was something different in their rhythm, a hesitation, a weight that wasn't usually there. Watson glanced toward Holmes, but the detective remained motionless, his steepled fingers casting a shadow across his face that made him look carved from stone or wax or some other substance that had never quite been alive. The knock came softly. "Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson?" "Come in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said without opening his eyes, and Watson felt the small, familiar flicker of amusement he always experienced when his friend performed these minor miracles of observation. Of course Holmes had heard the footsteps. Of course he'd noted the irregularity. Of course he'd deduced it was their landlady without needing to see her. The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson entered with the sort of careful dignity she always maintained, even when, as Watson now observed, she was clearly unsettled. She was a woman of perhaps 60 years, with iron grey hair pulled back in a neat bun, and the kind of face that had weathered decades of London's soot and fog without surrendering its fundamental kindness. She wore her usual dark dress, practical and well kept, with a cameo brooch at her throat that had belonged to her mother, and her mother's mother before that. Her hands, Watson noticed, were clasped together at her waist, fingers woven tight. "Forgive the intrusion, gentlemen," she said, and her voice carried that particular London accent that spoke of Southwark and respectability in equal measure. "But I wonder if I might have a word. It's rather peculiar matter." Holmes opened his eyes then, unfolding from his stillness like a cat that had been pretending to sleep all along. "You've been hearing something unusual in your rooms, Mrs. Hudson, for 3 evenings now, always at the same time, 9 o'clock or just before, a sound that has no business being there." Mrs. Hudson's eyes widened slightly, though Watson thought she shouldn't be surprised anymore. "How did you—" "You've been coming to stand at the bottom of our stairs at approximately 10 minutes past 9 for the last 3 nights, Holmes explained, his tone gentle, almost apologetic for having noticed. "You stand there for perhaps 30 seconds listening before returning to your quarters. This is not your usual habit. You're either checking that we're still awake, unlikely given you know our irregular hours, or you're comparing sounds, determining whether what you're hearing below is also audible above. Your left hand has a small smudge of soot on the cuff, suggesting you've been examining your fireplace more closely than usual. And, finally, you've brought your concerns to us rather than to your brother-in-law the builder, which suggests you suspect something that a builder's expertise won't address. Something perhaps that you fear might sound foolish if spoken aloud." The landlady's shoulders relaxed slightly, as they often did when Holmes explained his deductions. It was somehow comforting, Watson had learned, to discover that one's secrets were merely observations, and one's fears were simply facts waiting to be sorted. "You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. I've been hearing something I can't rightly explain." "Sit down," Watson urged, gesturing to his own chair and rising quickly. "Please, Mrs. Hudson, you look quite pale." She demurred, as she always did, but Watson was already standing, and she eventually settled into the chair with a grateful nod. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes sharp with the interest that always kindled when a puzzle presented itself, no matter how small. "Tell us," he said simply. Mrs. Hudson took a breath, and Watson watched her gather her thoughts, the way one might gather scattered papers in a wind. "It's the fireplace in my sitting room, gentlemen. For the past 3 evenings, just as I'm settling in with my tea after supper, I hear whispers." The word hung in the air between them. The fire in Holmes's hearth crackled as if offering commentary. "Whispers," Holmes repeated, his tone carefully neutral. "I know how it sounds," Mrs. Hudson continued, her fingers tightening in her lap. "I'm not a fanciful woman, Dr. Watson. I don't believe in spirits or hauntings or any such nonsense. But I know what I've heard. It's like voices, very faint, coming down the chimney. Not words I can make out, mind you, but the sound of speaking, of conversation, as if someone were standing just out of sight talking in the next room." Watson felt a small chill that had nothing to do with the November evening. Victorian London was full of rational explanations, but it was also full of shadows, and the space between the two was sometimes thinner than one liked to think. "Could it be the wind?" he suggested gently. "Wind through the chimney can make the most extraordinary sounds." "That's what I told myself the first night," Mrs. Hudson admitted, "but the second night there was no wind at all, still as death outside, if you'll pardon the expression. And the third night, tonight, I listened more carefully. It's not the wind, Doctor. It's too regular, too deliberate." Holmes had gone very still again, but this was a different stillness than before. This was the stillness of a hunting animal that had caught a scent. "Always at 9 o'clock, you said?" "Just before, yes. Between 5 and 9, I'd say. It lasts for perhaps a minute, sometimes 2. Then it stops, as suddenly as it began. And this is a recent development. You've lived in this house for, 30 years? You've never heard anything similar before?" "Never, Mr. Holmes. Not in all my years here." Holmes rose from his chair in one fluid motion and crossed to the window, his hands clasped behind his back, his tall figure silhouetted against the fog-dimmed lamplight beyond. Watson knew this posture. It was the posture of a man sorting through possibilities, discarding the impossible, examining what remained with the cold precision of a jeweller grading diamonds. "The chimney in your sitting room," Holmes said, not turning from the window, "shares a flue with other rooms in the building, does it not?" "Well, yes," Mrs. Hudson replied. "This is an old house, Mr. Holmes. The chimneys were built to serve multiple fireplaces. Mine connects to the system that serves this floor and the rooms above." "Quite so. And who occupies the rooms above yours?" "That would be the Ashworths, sir. Mr. Edmund Ashworth and his sister, Miss Caroline. They've been with me for nearly 3 years now. Quiet tenants, always pay their rent on time, never a moment's trouble." "And above them?" "The top floor is left to Mr. Thornley, a young man, an architect's apprentice, also very respectable, though I see less of him. He keeps irregular hours with his work." Holmes turned from the window and Watson saw the faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It was not the smile of a man who had found something frightening. It was the smile of a man who had found something interesting. "I think, Mrs. Hudson, that your ghosts are likely to have a more prosaic explanation. But if it would ease your mind, Watson and I shall investigate." "Oh, would you?" Relief flooded the landlady's face, softening the worry lines that had creased her forehead. "I know it seems a small thing, gentlemen, hardly worthy of your attention." "Nonsense," Watson interjected warmly. "If it troubles you, it's worthy of attention. Besides," he added with a glance at Holmes, "it's a quiet evening, and I dare say we could both use a minor mystery to occupy us." Holmes's smile widened slightly. "Indeed, though I suspect this particular mystery will prove to be one of the most benign cases we've yet encountered. Tell me, Mrs. Hudson, have you mentioned these whispers to your other tenants?" "No, sir. I didn't want to alarm them, or worse, have them think I was a foolish old woman hearing things that aren't there." "Very wise," Holmes murmured. "Let us keep it between ourselves for now. Watson and I shall make some observations over the next day or two. Discreetly, of course." Mrs. Hudson rose, the colour returning to her cheeks, the tension easing from her shoulders. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. You've no idea what a relief it is to have spoken of it. I was beginning to think I was going mad." "You're as sane as the day is long, Mrs. Hudson," Watson assured her. "Though given this is November in London, perhaps that's not the most encouraging comparison." She laughed, a small, genuine sound, and took her leave, her footsteps on the stairs lighter than they'd been, ascending. Watson waited until her door closed below before turning to Holmes, who had already returned to his chair and was gazing into the fire with that distant, calculating expression Watson knew so well. "Well?" Watson prompted. "What do you make of it?" "I make it," Holmes said slowly, "that Mrs. Hudson is correct. She's hearing something real. But whether it's worth our time—" He waved one hand dismissively. "The sound could be anything. Settling pipes, the expansion and contraction of the flue as temperatures change, a bird's nest lodged in the chimney, or—" He paused, his eyes glinting with something that might have been amusement, or something more interesting. Such as precisely what Mrs. Hudson described. Whispers, voices, communication of some kind, travelling through the ventilation system of this old house. Holmes stretched his legs toward the fire once more. "You know, Watson, we spend so much time hunting murderers and thieves that we forget London is also full of smaller mysteries, quieter puzzles. The city has secrets, but not all of them are dark." Watson settled into the chair Mrs. Hudson had vacated, still warm from her presence. Outside, the fog had thickened, turning the world beyond Baker Street into a soft, uncertain dream. The clock on the mantel ticked toward 9:30, each second falling into the next like dominoes arranged by someone with infinite patience. "So we investigate?" he asked. "We observe," Holmes corrected. "There's a difference. Tomorrow, I think, I shall examine the architecture of our building more closely. The chimney system in these old townhouses is often far more complex than one might imagine, a labyrinth of flues and vents and passages that would put the Minotaur's maze to shame. And if someone, intentionally or not, has discovered a way to make that system carry sound—" He left the thought unfinished, hanging in the air like smoke. Watson nodded, content with the plan, and retrieved his paper. But he found he couldn't return to the parliamentary proceedings. Instead, he found himself listening, truly listening to the sounds of the house around them, the fire's gentle conversation with itself, the muffled sounds of London beyond the walls, the soft groan of old wood settling into the night, and somewhere, perhaps, if one listened very carefully, the faintest suggestion of whispers that had no business being there at all. Morning arrived at Baker Street the way it always did in November, reluctantly and with a great deal of grey. The fog that had wrapped the city the night before hadn't so much lifted as thinned slightly, becoming a translucent veil rather than a solid curtain. Through the window of 221B, Watson could see the world rendered in shades of pearl and smoke, the buildings across the way standing like apologetic ghosts, sorry for their own solidity in such uncertain light. He had risen at his usual hour, 8 o'clock, the habit of military service still, governing his body's clock years after he'd left the army, to find Holmes already awake and dressed, though awake, perhaps, wasn't quite the right word. Holmes hadn't been to bed at all. Watson recognised the signs, the waistcoat buttoned incorrectly, the hair more dishevelled than usual, the faint chemical smell that meant he'd been at his experiments, and most tellingly, the sheaf of papers scattered across the breakfast table alongside Mrs. Hudson's untouched offering of toast and marmalade. "Good morning," Watson ventured, knowing the greeting was somewhat theoretical. Holmes glanced up, his eyes bright with the particular intensity that came from a night spent chasing an idea through all its permutations. "Ah, Watson. Excellent. Tell me, what do you know about the construction methods of London townhouses circa 1780? Watson poured himself tea from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left, still hot, bless her, and regarded his friend with the patient amusement of a long acquaintance. "Considerably less than you're about to tell me, I suspect." "These houses," Holmes continued, gesturing broadly at the walls around them as if they might confirm his statements, "were built in a period when London was expanding faster than reason or planning could properly accommodate. Property developers were throwing up terraced housing at remarkable speed, often cutting corners in ways that would make a modern architect weep or laugh, possibly both." He stood abruptly, papers crackling in his hand, and crossed to the window where the morning light, such as it was, could better illuminate his work. Watson could see now that the papers were covered in sketches, floor plans, cross-sections, detailed drawings of chimneys and flues, rendered with the precision Holmes brought to everything that captured his interest. "This building," Holmes said, tapping one particularly complex diagram, "is a perfect example of expedient architecture. It was constructed in 1782, during what I believe historians will eventually call London's first great housing boom, though at the time they simply called it Wednesday. The original design called for 6 separate chimney flues, one for each floor's front and rear rooms, but the builder, a man named Josiah Blackwood, who had more ambition than structural engineering knowledge, decided to save both space and materials by connecting several flues into shared stacks." Watson moved closer, studying the drawings. Holmes had rendered the building's interior as a kind of anatomical diagram, as if 221B Baker Street were a body, and he was mapping its circulatory system. And indeed the chimneys did look rather like veins and arteries, branching and connecting in ways that seemed designed more by accident than intention. "The result," Holmes continued, warming to his subject in the way he always did when presented with a puzzle that required both observation and deduction, "is a ventilation system of remarkable complexity. Mrs. Hudson's fireplace connects not only to the main chimney stack but also to a series of secondary vents that were added later, probably in the 1820s when someone tried to improve the building's heating efficiency. These vents run through the walls, connecting various rooms across multiple floors. It's rather ingenious, actually, if entirely unintentional." "And you believe these vents are carrying sound?" Watson asked, sipping his tea and trying to trace the pathways Holmes had drawn. "I believe it's possible. Sound waves travel quite efficiently through confined spaces, particularly metal or ceramic pipes. A voice speaking into a vent on the 3rd floor could theoretically be heard 2 floors below, though it would be distorted, muffled, like whispers," Watson finished. "Precisely." Holmes set down his papers and rubbed his eyes, a rare admission of fatigue. "Of course, this is all theoretical until I examine the actual structure, which is what I intend to do today, with your assistance if you're willing." "Of course," Watson agreed, though he wasn't entirely sure what assistance he could provide. "What exactly are we looking for?" "Evidence of use," Holmes said simply. "If someone is indeed using the ventilation system to communicate, either knowingly or unknowingly, there will be signs. Disturbance to the dust in the vents, marks where someone has removed a grating to speak more clearly, perhaps even deliberate modifications to improve the acoustic properties." He paused, then added with a slight smile, "Or we may find nothing more than a bird's nest and a peculiar coincidence of air currents. Either way, it beats reading yesterday's news about parliamentary procedure." Watson couldn't argue with that. Mrs. Hudson granted them access to her sitting room with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension, hovering in the doorway like a mother watching a surgeon approach her child. The room was everything Watson had expected. Comfortable, immaculately kept, filled with the accumulated treasures of a life well lived. A china cabinet displayed teacups inherited from various relatives. An embroidered screen stood near the window. The furniture was upholstered in a sensible dark green fabric that would hide the inevitable marks of London's soot, and the whole room smelled faintly of lavender and furniture polish. The fireplace itself was modest, built into the wall with a simple wooden mantelpiece that held a small carriage clock, 2 candlesticks, and a framed daguerreotype of a stern-looking couple who Watson assumed were Mr. and Mrs. Hudson Sr. The grate was clean, the fire laid but not yet lit, waiting for evening when the landlady would take her tea here and settle into her customary routine. Holmes approached it the way a general might survey a battlefield, with careful, calculated attention to every detail. He knelt on the hearth rug, heedless of the potential damage to his trousers, and peered up into the chimney itself, his head disappearing into the darkness. "Interesting," came his muffled voice. "What do you see?" Watson asked. Holmes emerged, his face smudged with soot, looking absurdly pleased. "The flue is clear. No bird's nest, no obstruction. But there's something else. Watson, hand me that candlestick." Watson did so, and Holmes lit the candle with a match from his pocket before returning his attention to the chimney. He held the flame at various positions, watching its behaviour with the intense focus of a man reading a text in a foreign language he was only just learning to decipher. "The draught is inconsistent," he murmured, more to himself than to Watson. "Here, the flame pulls strongly upward. That's the main flue, drawing toward the roof as it should. But here—" He moved the candle slightly to the left, and Watson saw the flame flutter, bending at an odd angle. "Here it pulls sideways. There's a vent, just as I suspected." Mrs. Hudson, unable to contain her curiosity, had ventured into the room. "A vent, Mr. Holmes?" "A secondary passage," Holmes explained, backing out of the fireplace and standing with the fluid grace of a man half his age. "Built into the wall, probably connecting to the ventilation system that serves the upper floors. It's quite small, no more than 4 inches in diameter, I'd estimate, but more than sufficient to carry sound under the right conditions." He turned to the landlady. "Mrs. Hudson, do you keep your windows open in the evening?" She looked puzzled. "No, sir, not at this time of year. Far too cold." "And do you light your fire before 9 o'clock?" "Usually just after 8, to take the chill off before I settle in with my tea." Holmes nodded, as if this confirmed something. "The rising heat from your fire creates a draft in the main flue, drawing air upward, but it also creates a pressure differential that affects the secondary vent. Instead of drawing air up from your room, it begins to draw air down from above, and with that air comes any sound being produced near the vents opening on the upper floors." Watson could see the logic of it, though he was impressed by Holmes's ability to construct such a clear picture from such limited evidence. "So the whispers Mrs. Hudson hears are actually conversations taking place upstairs?" "Almost certainly, though whether the speakers are aware their words are travelling through the building's veins," Holmes shrugged, "that remains to be determined." Mrs. Hudson looked both relieved and somewhat disappointed. "So there's no ghost, then?" "I'm afraid not," Holmes said gently, "though I would argue that the invisible transmission of human voices through hidden passages is rather more remarkable than any spirit manifestation. The dead, after all, have an excuse for being insubstantial. The living manage it through sheer ingenuity." He brushed the soot from his hands and turned to Watson. "I need to examine the upper floors. Mrs. Hudson, do the Ashworths or Mr. Thornley keep any regular schedule that might make them absent this morning?" The landlady considered. "Mr. Ashworth leaves for his office at 8:30. He's a clerk for Henderson & Sons, the shipping firm in Cheapside. Very punctual he is. Miss Ashworth teaches piano lessons from home most mornings, but Thursdays she volunteers at the church school in Marylebone. She'll be away until afternoon." "And today is Thursday," Holmes observed with satisfaction. "Excellent. And Mr. Thornley?" "He's been working on some important project, sir. Gone before dawn most days, doesn't return until well after dark. I barely see him any more, poor young man. He'll work himself into an early grave if he's not careful." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. The upper floors would be empty. The Ashworths' rooms were on the first floor, what Americans inexplicably called the second floor, though any sensible person knew the ground floor was the ground floor, and counting should begin accordingly. Mrs. Hudson unlocked the door with a master key she kept on a ring at her waist, apologising as she did so for the intrusion, even though the room's occupants were safely away. The flat was as neat as Watson expected from what he'd learned of its inhabitants. The sitting room spoke of modest comfort and careful economy, furniture that was old but well maintained, curtains that had been turned and re-hemmed to extend their life, books on the shelf arranged by height rather than subject. A piano stood against one wall, Miss Ashworth's instrument clearly, its top scattered with sheet music. Mendelssohn, Watson noted. Chopin. Respectable choices for a respectable woman. Holmes ignored all of this, making directly for the fireplace. It was similar to Mrs. Hudson's but slightly larger, with a more ornate mantelpiece that suggested these rooms had once been occupied by the house's original owners before being subdivided for letting. He repeated his examination with the candle, and again found the telltale flutter that indicated a secondary vent. "Here," he said, pointing to a spot just inside the chimney's opening on the left side. "The vent connects here. Watson, make a note. The Ashworth's fireplace has access to the same ventilation system. Any conversation held near this hearth, while Mrs. Hudson's fire is lit below, could potentially be heard in her sitting room." "But the Ashworths are brother and sister," Watson protested. "Surely their conversations would be innocent enough. Why would they speak in whispers?" "Why indeed?" Holmes murmured, but he looked thoughtful rather than satisfied, as if Watson's question had raised others he hadn't yet considered. They ascended to the top floor, Mr. Thornley's domain, and here Mrs. Hudson's master key admitted them to rooms that were notably more chaotic than those below. This was the residence of a young man living alone, and it showed. Books and papers covered every surface. Architectural drawings hung on the walls, some framed, others simply tacked up with pins. A drafting table dominated the space near the window, angled to catch the best light, its surface covered with the tools of the architect's trade. T-squares, compasses, pencils sharpened to fine points, and a half-finished drawing of what appeared to be a public library, all columns and classical proportions. But Holmes had eyes only for the fireplace. This one was smaller, more utilitarian, the sort of thing that provided heat rather than ambience. He conducted his now familiar examination, and Watson saw his expression shift. A subtle change, but one Watson had learned to read. Surprise, and something else. Interest sharpening into certainty. "Watson, look at this." Holmes had removed the fireplace grating, a simple matter of lifting it from its brackets, and was pointing to something inside the chimney breast, just where it connected to the flue. In the sooty darkness, Watson could make out a small opening, perhaps 4 inches across, that didn't seem to be part of the original construction. Around its edges the soot had been disturbed, as if something had regularly brushed against it. "The vent," Watson said. "Yes, but observe, someone has cleaned this opening, recently and regularly. The rest of the chimney is coated with years of accumulated soot, but here—" Holmes ran a finger along the edge of the opening, and it came away relatively clean. "Someone has been using this deliberately. To speak through it?" "To speak through it," Holmes confirmed. He produced a small pocket torch from his coat and shone it into the opening. The beam disappeared into darkness, but Watson thought he could hear something. A faint echo, perhaps, or the suggestion of vast empty space beyond. "The vent runs down through the walls," Holmes explained, his voice carrying that particular tone of satisfaction that came when a theory was confirmed by evidence. "Down past the Ashworth's floor, down to Mrs. Hudson's sitting room, and if I'm not mistaken—" He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and held it near the vent opening. The fabric fluttered slightly. "There's a draft, air moving through the system." He replaced the grating carefully and stood, brushing his hands together. "Someone has discovered this acoustic quirk of the building and is using it intentionally. But for what purpose? That's the question, Watson. That's what we need to determine." Mrs. Hudson was looking between them with growing concern. "You don't think there's anything dangerous, do you, Mr. Holmes? I mean, they're all such respectable people." "I think," Holmes interrupted gently, "that respectable people can have secrets without being dangerous. In fact, I'd venture to say that respectability and secrets are often inseparable companions, each requiring the other to exist at all." He glanced at the window where the November light was beginning to strengthen, the fog slowly surrendering to something approximating the day. "Mrs. Hudson, what time did you say these whispers occur?" "Just before 9 o'clock, sir. Between 5 and 9, regular as clockwork." "And at 9 o'clock, where would Mr. Ashworth be?" "Home from his office, sir. He returns at 6:30 most evenings, takes his supper, and then retires to read or correspond until bedtime." "And Miss Ashworth?" "The same, more or less. She's usually finished with her evening practice by 8. "And Mr. Thornley?" Mrs. Hudson hesitated. "Well, as I said, he's been keeping such irregular hours lately, but when he is home, he's usually working at his drafting table until all hours." Holmes was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant, assembling the pieces of a puzzle Watson couldn't yet see. Then he smiled, a small knowing smile that suggested the puzzle had just revealed its solution, or at least its shape. "I think," he said slowly, We need to observe the building tonight. At precisely 9 o'clock. Watson, are you amenable to a bit of quiet surveillance?" "Of course," Watson agreed, though he wasn't entirely certain what they were surveilling. "Excellent." Holmes turned to Mrs. Hudson. "And you, dear lady, should conduct your evening exactly as you always do. Light your fire at 8. Take your tea at your usual time. If you hear the whispers again, make note of them, but don't investigate. Simply listen. Can you do that?" Mrs. Hudson nodded, looking both worried and intrigued in equal measure. As they descended the stairs back to their own rooms, Watson couldn't help but ask, "You know what's happening, don't you?" Holmes paused on the landing, his hand on the rail, and looked back at his friend with that infuriating expression of superior knowledge tempered by genuine affection. "I have a theory, Watson, but theories require evidence, and evidence requires observation. Tonight we shall observe, and if I'm correct—" He paused, and his smile widened slightly. "Well, let us say that this may prove to be the most benign case we've ever encountered, and perhaps, in its own way, the most human." He continued down the stairs, leaving Watson to follow and wonder what exactly his friend had deduced from soot marks and acoustic anomalies that he himself had missed entirely. Outside, the fog finally began to lift, and London emerged into the pale light of a November afternoon, all its secrets still intact, waiting for evening to fall and whispers to begin again. The afternoon settled over Baker Street with the particular heaviness that November afternoons possess. Not quite fog, not quite rain, but something in between, a dampness in the air that seemed to seep through brick and mortar and into one's very bones. Watson sat by the window of 221B, ostensibly reading the medical journal that had arrived in the Morning Post, but in truth watching the street below with the careful attention Holmes had trained him to employ over their years of association. Holmes himself was sprawled in his chair, violin resting across his lap, drawing out long, melancholic notes that seemed to match the weather's mood. He wasn't playing any particular melody that Watson could identify, simply exploring sounds, letting the bow wander across the strings as his mind wandered through whatever labyrinth of thought currently occupied it. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, not pausing in his playing, "what do you know of our fellow residents?" Watson looked up from his journal. "Mrs. Hudson's other tenants, you mean?" "Very little, I confess. We've been here, 2 years now, and I've barely exchanged more than polite greetings with any of them on the stairs." "Precisely." Holmes drew out the word along with a particularly plaintive note from the violin. "We live in this house, share its walls and chimneys and hidden passages, yet we know almost nothing of the lives being conducted mere feet from our own. London is like that, a city of neighbours who are strangers, of proximity without intimacy." He set down the violin with uncharacteristic gentleness and rose, crossing to the window to stand beside Watson. Together they looked down at Baker Street, where the gas lamps were beginning to glow in the gathering gloom, each one a small sun fighting against the encroaching darkness. "The Ashworths," Holmes continued, his voice taking on the analytical tone he employed when constructing a profile from limited evidence, "have lived in this building for 3 years. Edmund Ashworth is 32 years old, employed as a senior clerk at Henderson & Sons, a shipping firm that handles imports from the Orient. He's well regarded by his employers. I made inquiries this morning while you were at your club. Punctual, meticulous, perhaps a bit rigid in his adherence to proper procedure but reliable. The sort of man Victorian commerce is built upon, one boring ledger entry at a time." Watson smiled at the description. "And his sister, Caroline Ashworth, 29 years old, unmarried, and likely to remain so given the current demographic mathematics of London." Holmes said this without judgment, merely as fact. "She teaches piano to the daughters of the respectable middle class, not wealthy enough for a true governess, not poor enough to send their children to work, but ambitious enough to want them to possess the accomplishments that might elevate their station. Miss Ashworth charges reasonable rates, maintains an excellent reputation, and by all accounts is both talented and patient." "How do you know all this?" Watson asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. "Mrs. Hudson, of course. Our landlady maintains a boarding house, Watson, which means she maintains a careful understanding of her tenants' characters, circumstances, and prospects. She needs to know who will pay their rent, who will cause trouble, who will burn the building down through carelessness with a candle. I simply asked her about the Ashworths over breakfast, and she provided me with 3 years' worth of observations disguised as casual conversation. Holmes returned to his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in his characteristic pose of concentration. The Ashworths are, by every measure, exactly what they appear to be. Respectable, hard-working, unremarkable. The brother provides for his sister as society expects. The sister maintains the household and contributes what income she can from her teaching, as society expects. They attend church on Sundays, pay their bills on time, and cause no disturbance to their neighbours. They are, in short, invisible in the way that respectability makes one invisible, seen but not noticed, present but not memorable. Yet someone in that flat is using the chimney to communicate in whispers, Watson observed. Indeed, which suggests that beneath the surface of respectability there exists something that cannot be spoken aloud. A secret, Watson. But what kind of secret requires such elaborate discretion? Before Watson could venture a guess, the sound of footsteps on the stairs drew their attention. Heavy, measured footsteps, ascending with the careful deliberation of someone who has climbed these stairs countless times and knows exactly which boards creak. The footsteps passed their door without pausing and continued upward. "Mr. Ashworth," Holmes said quietly, returning from his day at Henderson & Sons. 6:15, just as Mrs. Hudson indicated, punctual to the minute. They listened as the footsteps reached the floor above, heard the sound of a key in a lock, a door opening and closing. Then, after a moment, the murmur of voices, too faint to make out words but clearly a conversation, brother and sister greeting each other at the end of the day. The rituals of domestic life, Holmes murmured, so predictable, so comforting, so utterly opaque to outside observation. We hear the sounds, Watson, but we don't know the meaning. Is it affection? Obligation? Habit so ingrained it has worn a groove in their souls? We can't know, not from here. At 6:30, Holmes proposed they take a walk, ostensibly for exercise, actually for reconnaissance. Watson, accustomed to his friend's methods, agreed readily enough and collected his coat and hat. The evening was cold, the dampness having crystallized into something approaching actual weather, and their breath plumed before them as they descended the steps of 221B into the blue twilight of Baker Street. Holmes led them not away from the building but around it, down the narrow service alley that ran behind the terraced houses, where the dustbins stood in patient rows and the tradesmen's entrances opened onto brick-paved yards. Here, away from the respectable facades, the buildings showed their working faces, kitchen windows glowing warm, the smell of evening meals being prepared, the distant clatter of pots and the murmur of servants' voices. Each building, Holmes explained as they walked, speaking low though there was no one to overhear, is a vertical village, a small society unto itself, with its own hierarchies and relationships and secrets. The residents may barely speak to one another, may pass on the stairs with nothing more than polite nods, but they share the same air, the same walls, the same invisible infrastructure of pipes and vents and hidden passages. He stopped before the back of their own building, looking up at the windows rising above them. The ground floor, Mrs. Hudson's domain, showed cheerful light and the shadow of their landlady moving about her kitchen. The first floor, the Ashworth's rooms, displayed a more subdued glow, and Watson could just make out 2 figures silhouetted against the curtains, seated at table. Supper, presumably. The top floor, Mr. Thornley's residence, was dark and still. The young architect, Holmes said, following Watson's gaze, is still absent, working late on his mysterious project according to Mrs. Hudson. Curious, don't you think? That a young man works hard to establish himself in his profession, Watson replied, hardly seems mysterious to me. No, indeed. Ambition is the least mysterious of motivations. But consider the timing, Watson. Mrs. Hudson first heard the whispers 3 nights ago, and 3 nights ago, according to our landlady, was precisely when Mr. Thornley began keeping these irregular hours, leaving before dawn, returning well after dark. Previously, he maintained more conventional habits. Watson felt the pieces beginning to arrange themselves into a pattern, though he couldn't yet see what picture they formed. You think Thornley's absence is connected to the whispers? I think, Holmes said carefully, that absence is often as significant as presence. When we observe tonight, we shall see who is there and who is not, and perhaps that will tell us what we need to know. They continued their walk, circling back around to Baker Street proper, and it was as they approached the front entrance that Watson nearly collided with someone emerging from the building. A woman, wrapped in a sensible dark coat with a hat pinned firmly against the evening breeze, carrying a leather music case. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said, stepping back quickly. "Not at all. Entirely my fault," Watson replied, doffing his hat. "Miss Ashworth, isn't it? I'm Dr. Watson from the second floor, and this is my colleague, Mr. Holmes." She was a woman of that uncertain age between youth and middle years, with a face that might have been called handsome rather than pretty, strong features, intelligent eyes, a mouth that looked accustomed to smiling, though at the moment it was pressed into a line of polite reservation. Her hair, what Watson could see of it beneath her hat, was a dark brown going prematurely grey at the temples, pulled back in a severe but practical style. "Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes." She nodded to each of them with careful propriety. "I've heard Mrs. Hudson speak of you, of course. The detective and the doctor, rather exciting tenants for a past boarding house." "I suspect we're rather more boring than reputation suggests," Holmes said, with a smile that Watson recognised as his putting civilians at ease expression. "Though I confess the same might be said of most people. We're all more ordinary than we appear from a distance." Something flickered across Miss Ashworth's face. Amusement, perhaps, or recognition of a shared truth. "How very philosophical for a Thursday evening, Mr. Holmes. But yes, I suppose you're right. We all contain multitudes, as someone cleverer than I once said, yet we present only the most acceptable portions to the world." "You're going out?" Watson asked, noting the music case. "Rather late for teaching, isn't it?" "My student is the daughter of a shopkeeper," Miss Ashworth explained. "She can only take lessons after the shop closes, and she's finished helping her mother with the accounts. I don't mind. The evening rate helps, and besides—" She paused, and Watson saw something soften in her expression. "Besides, she's terribly talented. It would be a crime to let that gift go untended simply because her circumstances aren't convenient." Holmes was regarding her with that particular intensity he brought to observations, though his manner remained casual. "You're generous with your time and talent, Miss Ashworth. Not all teachers would be so accommodating." She shrugged, though Watson thought she looked pleased by the compliment. "We all do what we can with what we've been given, Mr. Holmes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be late, and punctuality is one of the few virtues I can claim with confidence." She moved past them with a rustle of skirts and disappeared into the evening, her footsteps quick and purposeful on the pavement. Watson and Holmes stood for a moment, watching her go. "Well," Watson said after a moment, "she seems a thoroughly sensible woman. I can't imagine her involved in anything mysterious." "Can't you?" Holmes murmured. "I thought she was rather interesting. Did you notice her hands, Watson?" "Her hands? Calloused at the fingertips. A pianist's hands, as one would expect, but also ink-stained, and not from addressing envelopes. The staining suggests extensive writing, the sort that comes from correspondence, or perhaps—" He paused. "Or perhaps from passing written notes that need to be copied carefully, preserved, perhaps even encoded." Watson stared at his friend. "You're suggesting Miss Ashworth is somehow involved in the whispers." "I'm suggesting nothing yet. I'm merely observing. But consider, Watson, she's unmarried, approaching 30, living in her brother's household and dependent on his goodwill. A woman in her position has very little freedom, very little privacy, very little room to manoeuvre within the constraints society has placed upon her. If she wished to communicate with someone, say, someone her brother didn't approve of, how might she accomplish it? By whispering down a chimney pipe, Watson said, sceptical. By using whatever resources were available to her. By being clever, by finding the cracks in the structure and exploiting them. Holmes turned back toward their building, his eyes travelling up its brick face to the dark windows of the top floor. "Tell me, Watson, what would you do if you wished to speak with someone but couldn't be seen meeting them? If respectability demanded distance but your heart demanded connection?" Watson had no answer to that, and Holmes didn't seem to expect one. They returned inside, climbing the familiar 17 steps to their own rooms, and Watson found himself thinking about Miss Ashworth's ink-stained fingers, her careful propriety, the way she'd said, "We all do what we can with what we've been given," with something that sounded almost like resignation. The clock showed 8:30 when they heard the footsteps again. Lighter this time, quicker, ascending past their floor and continuing upward to the top of the building, a key in a lock, a door opening and closing. Then, after a moment, the creak of floorboards overhead as someone moved about. "Mr. Thornley," Holmes said quietly, "has returned home early tonight. How convenient." Watson set down his book. "You think he knew we were investigating?" "I think Mrs. Hudson may have mentioned to her tenants that we were looking into some peculiarity with the building's ventilation. It would be natural for her to do so. She wouldn't want them to be alarmed if they saw us examining their fireplaces. And if Mr. Thornley has been using the ventilation system deliberately," Holmes smiled, "well, he would naturally want to be present tonight to see if his secret has been discovered." "But what secret could possibly require such elaborate concealment?" Watson asked, frustrated by his own inability to see what Holmes had apparently already deduced. Holmes rose and collected his pipe from the mantelpiece, filling it with the deliberate care of a man preparing for a long vigil. "That, my dear Watson, is what we shall discover at 9 o'clock, or rather, at 5 minutes to 9, when whoever has been using our building's acoustic peculiarities decides whether to continue their communications or to remain silent now that they know they may be observed." He lit the pipe, and the familiar smell of his tobacco filled the room, mixing with the scent of the fire and the lingering dampness from the evening's weather. Outside, full darkness had fallen, and Baker Street was a river of lamplight flowing past their windows. Somewhere below, Mrs. Hudson would be settling into her sitting room, her fire already lit, her tea already poured, waiting to see if the whispers would come again. Watson checked his watch. 9:15. "Holmes," he said quietly, "do you think it's anything dangerous?" His friend shook his head, smoke curling from his pipe like visible thought. "No, Watson. I think it's something far more common than danger, far more universal than crime. I think it's what happens when the rules of society conflict with the needs of the heart. I think it's what people do when they want to live authentically, but the world demands they pretend." He crossed to the window and stood there, looking out at the city with an expression Watson had rarely seen on his face, something almost gentle, almost sad. "London is full of secrets, Watson. Most of them are small. Most of them hurt no one but those who must keep them. And yet we continue to demand them, these performances of propriety, these elaborate pretenses. We build our social structures, and then we wonder why people find ways to whisper around them." The clock on the mantelpiece began to chime the hour. 9 o'clock, and from somewhere in the building, distant, muffled but unmistakable, came the sound of voices, soft as breath, speaking words neither of them could quite discern. Holmes turned from the window, his eyes bright with understanding. "Come, Watson," he said quietly. "Let us see what love sounds like when it travels through the walls of a respectable London boarding house." The chimes of 9 o'clock faded into silence, and in that silence, Watson became aware of how utterly still Holmes had gone. It was the stillness of a hunting cat, every sense focused, every faculty bent toward a single purpose. Even the pipe in his hand had gone forgotten, smoke curling lazily upward, while its owner's attention remained fixed on something Watson could barely perceive. "Listen," Holmes breathed, so quietly Watson had to lean closer to hear him. Watson held his breath and listened. At first, there was nothing. Only the ordinary sounds of the building settling into night, the distant rumble of traffic on Baker Street, the whisper of wind against the windows. But then, beneath these familiar noises, he detected something else. A murmur, a susurration so faint it might have been imagination, like the ghost of a voice caught in the walls themselves. It was coming from the fireplace. Holmes moved with careful precision, crossing to the hearth and kneeling beside it as he had done in Mrs. Hudson's room earlier that day. He gestured for Watson to join him, and together they leaned close to the opening, their heads nearly touching as they strained to hear. The whispers were there, undeniably present now that Watson knew to listen for them. They rose and fell in a rhythm that suggested conversation, though the words themselves remained frustratingly unclear, sounds without meaning, syllables blurred by their passage through metal and brick and the decades of soot that lined the building's hidden passages. "Can you make anything out?" Watson whispered. Holmes held up one hand for silence, his eyes closed, his entire being concentrated on the act of listening. Watson waited, aware of the clock's ticking, of his own heartbeat, of the weight of the evening pressing against the windows. Above them, he could hear the faint creak of floorboards, someone moving about in Mr. Thornley's rooms. Below, he imagined Mrs. Hudson sitting in her chair, teacup forgotten in her lap, listening to these same impossible voices emerging from her fireplace. after what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than 2 minutes, the whispers ceased as abruptly as they'd begun. The building exhaled, releasing whatever tension had held it, and the ordinary sounds of evening reasserted themselves. Holmes opened his eyes and sat back on his heels, his expression thoughtful. "Well?" Watson prompted. "It's deliberate," Holmes said, rising and brushing off his trousers. "Not random sounds, not the wind, not any natural phenomenon. That was human communication, Watson, as surely as if we'd been listening to a conversation in the next room. But what were they saying? I couldn't distinguish a single word. Neither could I with any certainty. The distortion is too severe, the acoustics too imperfect. But—" Holmes returned to his chair and relit his pipe, drawing on it thoughtfully. "But I detected something that interests me greatly. A pattern, a rhythm that wasn't quite natural." Watson settled into his own chair, waiting for his friend to elaborate. Outside, a hansom cab rattled past, its wheels finding every cobblestone, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the quarter hour. "Consider," Holmes said, gesturing with his pipe, "the nature of speech. When we converse normally, our words flow with a certain organic irregularity. We pause to think, we emphasize certain syllables, we allow emotion to shape our delivery. But what I heard just now was different. More measured, more deliberate, almost as if—" He paused, eyes narrowing. "Almost as if someone were reading from a prepared text, or reciting something memorized, or speaking in code," Watson finished, understanding suddenly dawning. "Precisely." Holmes leaned forward, animated now by the puzzle. "Think about it, Watson. If you wished to communicate with someone through this improvised speaking tube, knowing that sound would be distorted and words might be lost, how would you do it? You'd simplify, you'd use a code, something prearranged where specific phrases carried specific meanings. Like a cipher. Like a cipher, yes, though probably a simple one. These are not professional spies we're dealing with, Watson. These are ordinary people, clever people, clearly, but not trained in the arts of cryptography. They would use something basic, something they could both remember without extensive rehearsal." Holmes rose again and began to pace, 3 steps to the window, 3 steps back. A habit Watson had long since learned meant his friend's mind was working at full speed, sorting possibilities, testing theories, discarding what didn't fit. "We need to hear them more clearly," Holmes said finally. "We need to position ourselves closer to the source. Mrs. Hudson's sitting room is the receiving end of this communication, but the sending end—" He looked upward, toward the ceiling. "The sending end is somewhere above us, either in the Ashworth's rooms or in Mr. Thornley's. And I think, Watson, I think we can determine which." Holmes's plan was characteristically bold and utterly improper, which meant Watson agreed to it with only token protest. At 9:30 they descended to Mrs. Hudson's rooms, where they found their landlady still sitting by her fireplace, looking simultaneously relieved and confused. "I heard them again, Mr. Holmes," she said before they could even speak. "Just as before. Whispers like voices, but not quite. It's the strangest thing." "Indeed it is," Holmes agreed. "Mrs. Hudson, I wonder if you might do me an unusual favour. Tomorrow evening at precisely 5 minutes to 9, I would like you to speak into your fireplace. Nothing elaborate. Simply say, 'Good evening,' a few times. Perhaps count to 10. Can you do that?" She blinked at him. "Speak into my fireplace, sir? I realise it sounds peculiar, but I assure you it's in service of solving your mystery. I need to test the acoustic properties of the ventilation system, and for that, I need a controlled sound source." Mrs. Hudson, long accustomed to the eccentricities of her detective tenant, agreed with the weary patience of someone who had seen far stranger requests granted. Holmes thanked her warmly, and then produced a card from his pocket on which he'd written something in his precise hand. "And one more thing," he said, handing her the card. "If you're willing, I'd like you to read this phrase into your fireplace at exactly 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Will you do that?" Mrs. Hudson read the card, her eyebrows rising. "This, Mr. Holmes? Are you quite certain?" "Quite certain, and it's essential that you read it exactly as written, at exactly that time. Can I rely on you?" "I suppose so, sir, though I can't imagine what purpose it serves." "Humour me," Holmes said with a smile, "and say nothing to your other tenants about this. I don't want to alarm them unnecessarily." Back in their rooms, Watson finally asked what phrase Holmes had written on the card. "I wrote, 'The rose blooms unseen,'" Holmes replied, settling back into his chair with evident satisfaction. A poetic phrase, wouldn't you say? The sort of thing that might mean something to someone who was listening for it. Holmes, what are you playing at? I'm playing at detection, Watson. Tomorrow evening we shall position ourselves carefully. You will be in the Ashworths' rooms. I'll arrange it with Mrs. Hudson, some excuse about checking their fireplace for the same acoustic anomaly, and I shall be in Mr. Thornley's. At 9 o'clock, when Mrs. Hudson speaks her phrase into her fireplace, we shall see who reacts and how. If my theory is correct, that phrase will mean something to someone, and their reaction will tell us everything. Watson shook his head, but he was smiling despite himself. You're making this far more complicated than it needs to be. On the contrary, Holmes said, I'm making it precisely as complicated as it is. The question before us isn't simply who is whispering down the chimney. The question is, why do they feel the need to whisper at all? And that, my dear Watson, requires us to understand not just the mechanics of communication, but its meaning. Friday dawned grey and cold, with a wind that rattled the windows and sent autumn's last leaves skittering down Baker Street, like correspondence that had lost its address. Watson spent the morning at his club, writing up notes on an old case while Holmes occupied himself with what he called research, but Watson suspected it was actually a series of carefully orchestrated conversations with people who might know something about the residents of 221B Baker Street. By afternoon, Holmes had returned with several interesting pieces of information which he shared over tea. Mr. Thornley, Holmes began, stirring sugar into his cup with methodical precision, is 26 years old, originally from Yorkshire, and has been in London for 4 years. He apprenticed with Marston and Webb, a respectable architectural firm specialising in public buildings. His work has been noted in several trade journals as promising. He has a talent for blending classical proportions with modern materials, apparently. His prospects are considered excellent. A respectable young man, then, Watson observed. Very respectable. Perhaps too respectable, which is why what I learned next is so interesting. Holmes set down his spoon and fixed Watson with that keen gaze. Mr. Thornley has, for the past 3 years, been what one might call quietly devoted to Miss Caroline Ashworth. Watson felt his eyebrows rise. Devoted? You mean... I mean he's in love with her, or as close to it as makes no difference. They met, apparently, when he first took rooms in this building. She was playing piano one evening, you know how sound carries through these old houses, and he heard it from his rooms above. He inquired who the musician was. They were introduced in passing on the stairs, and... Holmes shrugged. And thus begins the oldest story in the world, Watson. Boy meets girl. Boy and girl discover they're separated by circumstance. Boy and girl find creative ways to bridge that separation. But what circumstance could separate them? They live in the same building, for heaven's sake. Ah, but they don't merely live in the same building. They live in the same building with Edmund Ashworth, who is by all accounts a devoted brother and a considerable obstacle. Holmes leaned back in his chair. I spoke with the clerk at Henderson and Sons, a bit of social engineering, a few well-placed questions about their filing systems, and learned that Edmund Ashworth is a man of very particular views about propriety, about duty, about the proper way things should be done. He believes, apparently, that his sister should not marry, that her duty is to remain with him, to manage his household, to be available to him. That's monstrous, Watson said, feeling a surge of indignation. That's Victorian respectability, Holmes corrected dryly. The unmarried sister keeping house for her brother is one of our society's favourite domestic arrangements. It allows the brother his comfort without the complications of marriage, and provides the sister with security, if not independence. That it might also provide the sister with loneliness, with frustrated hopes, with a life half lived. Well, such considerations are rarely factored into these calculations. Watson thought of Miss Ashworth as they'd encountered her the previous evening. Her ink-stained fingers, her sensible coat, her comment about doing what one could with what one had been given. He felt suddenly a profound sympathy for her situation. So Thornley and Miss Ashworth wish to go to court, Watson said slowly, but her brother won't permit it. Won't even entertain the possibility, from what I've gathered. And Miss Ashworth, dependent as she is on her brother's goodwill, cannot openly defy him without risking her security. So what does she do? What does any clever person do when confronted with an impossible situation? She finds a way around it. Exactly. She finds a way to communicate with the man she cares for without her brother's knowledge. She discovers, perhaps by accident, perhaps through deliberate investigation, that this old building has acoustic peculiarities, that voices spoken in one room can be heard in another, and she realizes she's been given a gift, a way to speak without being seen speaking. Holmes rose and went to the window, looking out at the gathering dusk. I imagine it began simply, a greeting, a question, brief exchanges that carried no real information but satisfied the human need for connection. But over time, it would evolve. They would develop codes, simple substitutions that allowed them to coordinate, to arrange meetings in public places where they might accidentally encounter each other under the cover of chaperonage, a concert, the British Museum reading room, a Sunday walk in the park where either might plausibly be taking the air. The rose blooms unseen, Watson murmured, understanding suddenly. It's one of their codes. I suspect so. A signal, perhaps, that they should meet, or a romantic sentiment that needs the metaphor because direct speech would be too dangerous, too revealing if overheard. Holmes turned from the window. Tonight, Watson, we shall test my theory, and if I'm correct, we shall confirm something remarkable, that even in the most constrained circumstances, human beings find ways to reach toward one another. That love, denied the front door, will find the chimney. The clock showed 5:30, 3.5 hours until 9 o'clock, 3.5 hours until they would know for certain whether the whispers in the chimney were, as Holmes believed, not a mystery at all, but a solution. The ingenious answer to an impossible question posed by society's rigid rules. Watson looked at his friend, standing by the window with the dying light behind him, and thought how strange it was that a man so devoted to logic and deduction should find himself investigating not a crime, but a romance. And yet perhaps it made perfect sense. Both required the same skills: observation, inference, the ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. "Holmes," Watson said quietly, "what will we do if you're right? If these two are simply trying to conduct a courtship under impossible constraints?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, and when he spoke his voice carried an unusual gentleness. "We shall do what any decent person would do, Watson. We shall ensure their secret remains safe, and perhaps, if we're very clever and very careful, we shall see if we can't make their situation slightly less impossible." He smiled then, and it was the smile of a man who had found a puzzle worth solving not because it was difficult, but because its solution would bring something good into the world. "After all," he said, "even the great detective deserves the occasional benign case, one that ends not with handcuffs and trials, but with happiness, however hard won." Outside, the gas lamps flickered to life along Baker Street, and somewhere in the building, a young architect and a piano teacher prepared for their evening ritual of whispered words through hidden pipes, unaware that tomorrow their secret would be tested and their fate decided by forces they didn't even know were watching. Saturday morning arrived with a peculiar softness, as if November had decided to pause in its relentless march toward winter and offer London one last breath of something gentler. The fog that had been their constant companion for days had lifted, replaced by a pale sky the colour of pearl, and through the windows of 221B, Watson could see actual sunlight, tentative, wan, but undeniably present, touching the rooftops across Baker Street with something approaching warmth. Holmes had been awake since dawn, or perhaps had never slept at all. Watson found him at the breakfast table, surrounded by the architectural drawings he'd made of the building, along with several pages of notes covered in his angular handwriting, and what appeared to be a musical staff on which he'd been marking something with careful precision. "Morning, Holmes," Watson ventured, pouring himself coffee from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left. "Have you been up all night?" "Sleep seemed an inefficient use of time," Holmes replied without looking up from his work. "I've been analysing the acoustic properties of the ventilation system, attempting to calculate exactly how sound would be transmitted and distorted as it travels through the pipes. It's quite fascinating, actually. The physics of it mirrors certain principles of wave propagation that—" He paused, noting Watson's expression. "But perhaps you'd prefer your coffee before the lecture on mechanical acoustics." "Perhaps I would," Watson agreed with a smile, settling into his chair. He could see now that the musical staff Holmes had been working on wasn't music at all, but a visual representation of sound waves, with annotations in the margins about frequency, amplitude, and what looked like calculations of decay rates over distance. "The key question," Holmes continued, unable to fully restrain his enthusiasm despite Watson's lack of morning alertness, "is not simply whether sound can travel through the system, We know it can. But what happens to that sound in transit? How much is lost? What frequencies survive the journey? What patterns might indicate deliberate communication versus random noise? He pushed one of the papers toward Watson, who squinted at it dutifully while sipping his coffee. The drawing showed their building in cross-section, with the ventilation pipes traced in red ink like veins through a body. Holmes had marked several points along the pipes with annotations: maximum clarity, significant distortion, barely audible. "I believe," Holmes said, tapping the drawing with one long finger, "that there are precisely 3 points in this building where someone could speak into the ventilation system and be heard clearly enough in Mrs. Hudson's sitting room to convey actual meaning. One is here," he indicated the Ashworth's fireplace. "One is here," Mr. Thornley's fireplace on the top floor, "and one is here." His finger came to rest on a third location, a small room on the first floor that Watson didn't recognise. "What room is that?" "The linen closet off the Ashworth's landing," Holmes explained. "It was converted from a servant's room decades ago, but it still contains the original ventilation grate. If one knew about it, one could access the system without needing to speak directly into a fireplace, which would be rather obvious and difficult to explain if discovered." Watson studied the drawing more carefully, beginning to appreciate the complexity of what Holmes had mapped. The building was honeycombed with these hidden passages, remnants of a time when houses were designed with servants' movements in mind, when the infrastructure of domestic life was meant to be invisible to the residents it served. "So tonight," Watson said slowly, "when we position ourselves to listen, we shall need to be strategic," Holmes finished. "I've given this considerable thought. Mrs. Hudson will speak her phrase at exactly 9 o'clock. You will be positioned near the Ashworth's fireplace. I've already arranged it. Told Mrs. Hudson, you'll be checking the structural integrity of their chimney. Edmund Ashworth has agreed to be present, so we'll see his reaction as well. Meanwhile, I shall be in the linen closet where I can observe both the ventilation grate and, through the partially open door, the movement of anyone who might approach it. And Mr. Thornley will be, I suspect, in his rooms above, listening for the phrase just as intently as anyone." Holmes smiled. "If my theory is correct, when Mrs. Hudson says the rose bloom's unseen, we shall have confirmation. Someone will react, a sharp intake of breath, a sudden movement, something that betrays recognition of a code phrase they believe to be private." Watson had to admire the elegance of it, even as he felt slightly uncomfortable with the deception. They were, after all, deliberately attempting to expose what might be an entirely innocent romance between 2 consenting adults. And yet Holmes was right. They needed to understand the full picture before they could determine what, if anything, should be done about it. "You're certain this isn't overstepping?" Watson asked quietly. Holmes met his eyes with an expression that was surprisingly serious. "Mrs. Hudson came to us with a concern, a mystery that was disturbing her peace of mind. We owe her the truth, or at least as much of it as she needs to know. As for the rest," he paused, choosing his words carefully, "if we discover something that harms no one and violates no law, then we are free to act according to our conscience rather than our obligation. We can be detectives or we can be human beings, Watson. Tonight, I suspect we shall need to be both." The day passed with the peculiar slowness that comes from anticipation. Watson attempted to read, to write letters, to occupy himself with the ordinary business of a Saturday, but found his thoughts continually returning to the evening ahead. What would they discover? And more importantly, what would they do with that discovery? Holmes spent the afternoon closeted with Mrs. Hudson, ostensibly discussing household matters, but actually, Watson suspected, ensuring she understood her role in the evening's theatre. At 4:30, their landlady emerged from her rooms and departed for her weekly shopping expedition, leaving the building in the quiet stillness of early evening. At 5 o'clock, Edmund Ashworth returned from whatever Saturday errands he'd been attending to. Watson heard him on the stairs, heard the key in his lock, heard the door close. At 6, the sound of piano music drifted down from the Ashworths' rooms, Miss Caroline practising presumably, though Watson thought he detected something different in her playing tonight. A restlessness, perhaps. A melody that kept starting and stopping, as if her mind was elsewhere. At 7:30, footsteps ascended to the top floor, Mr. Thornley returning from his day. Watson imagined him settling at his drafting table, attempting to work but finding concentration elusive as 9 o'clock approached. The building was a clock-wound tight, everyone within it waiting for the same moment, though only Holmes and Watson knew why. At 9:15, Holmes appeared at Watson's door dressed in dark clothes and moving with unusual quietness. "Time," he said simply. They descended the stairs together, but separated at the first-floor landing. Holmes continued down to position himself near the linen closet, while Watson knocked softly on the Ashworth's door. It was opened by Edmund Ashworth himself, a man of medium height and unremarkable appearance, with thinning brown hair, a neat moustache, and the kind of face that suggested years of careful attention to propriety. He wore a dark suit even at home, and his collar, Watson noted, was perfectly starched despite the lateness of the hour. "Dr. Watson," he said with formal politeness, "Mrs. Hudson said you wished to examine our chimney." "If you don't mind," Watson replied, feeling uncomfortably like a spy. "It's just a precaution. There seems to be some irregularity in the building's ventilation, and I wanted to ensure there's no structural concern." Ashworth stepped aside to admit him. The sitting room was much as Watson remembered from his brief visit with Holmes, neat, modest, carefully maintained. Miss Caroline was seated at the piano, though she wasn't playing now. She rose as Watson entered, and he saw a flicker of surprise cross her face, quickly suppressed. "Dr. Watson is checking the chimney," her brother explained. "Some matter of ventilation." "I see," she said, her voice carefully neutral. But Watson noticed her hands clasped together at her waist and saw how tightly her fingers were woven. Anxiety or anticipation? Watson crossed to the fireplace, making a show of examining it while acutely aware of both Ashworths watching him. The fire was not yet lit. It was still early enough in the evening that the room retained some warmth from the afternoon. He peered up into the chimney, noting the same secondary vent opening that Holmes had pointed out, and positioned himself so that he could hear clearly if any sound emerged from it. The clock on their mantelpiece showed 8:57, 3 minutes. "Everything seems structurally sound," Watson said, trying to fill the silence. "Though I confess these old buildings have remarkable acoustic properties. Sound can travel in the most unexpected ways." "Indeed," Edmund Ashworth said politely, though his tone suggested complete disinterest in the topic. Miss Caroline, however, had gone very still. Watson risked a glance at her, and saw that she was looking not at him, but at the fireplace with an expression he couldn't quite read. Worry? Hope? Some mixture of both? 8:59. Watson positioned himself near the hearth, as if still conducting his examination, and waited. The room was so quiet he could hear the tick of the clock, the soft sound of Miss Caroline's breathing, the rustle of Edmund Ashworth shifting his weight from one foot to the other. And then, at precisely 9 o'clock, a voice emerged from the chimney. Faint, distorted, but unmistakable. "The rose blooms unseen. The rose blooms unseen. The rose blooms unseen." Mrs. Hudson, faithful to her instructions, speaks Holmes's test phrase into her, "Fireplace below." Miss Caroline gasped, a small sharp intake of breath that she tried to disguise as a cough, but Watson had been listening for exactly such a reaction. Her hand flew to her throat, and for just a moment her face showed naked emotion, longing, fear, something that looked like grief. Edmund Ashworth, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. He was frowning slightly, perhaps at his sister's odd behaviour, but clearly he'd heard nothing unusual. The sound, Watson realised, must be positioned such that it was audible from where Miss Caroline stood, near the piano, but not from where her brother stood by the door. "Did you hear something?" Edmund asked, noting his sister's distress. "No, Miss Caroline collected herself with visible effort. "No, nothing. Just a sudden chill, that's all." Watson straightened up, his heart hammering with the significance of what he'd just witnessed. "All seems well," he said, keeping his voice professionally neutral. "No structural concerns that I can detect. Thank you for allowing me to check." He took his leave as quickly as politeness allowed, and once in the hallway stood for a moment with his back to their door, breathing deeply. He'd seen it, the confirmation Holmes had predicted. Miss Caroline had recognised the phrase, had reacted to it with an intensity that spoke of deep meaning, while her brother had been oblivious. She was the one communicating through the chimney. She was the one speaking in codes, arranging meetings, conducting a secret courtship under her brother's very nose. But where was her correspondent? Was it Thornley, listening from above, or someone else entirely? Watson climbed the stairs quickly, quietly, to the top floor. He found Holmes waiting on the landing, partially concealed in the shadows near the linen closet. His friend's face was illuminated by the faint light from a gas lamp on the wall, and his expression was one of intense satisfaction. "Well?" Holmes whispered. "She heard it," Watson confirmed, keeping his voice low. "Reacted strongly. Recognition, definitely. The brother heard nothing. As expected. And more importantly," Holmes gestured toward the door of Mr. Thornley's room. Through the thin wood, Watson could hear movement. Urgent, purposeful. Footsteps crossing and recrossing the floor. The sound of something being opened, a drawer perhaps, and papers rustling. Then, silence, as if whoever was inside was also listening, waiting for something. Holmes knocked softly on the door. After a moment's pause, it opened, and Watson found himself looking at James Thornley for the first time. He was younger than Watson had expected, closer to 25 than 30, with the kind of face that suggested intelligence and sensitivity in equal measure. Dark hair, already slightly dishevelled, eyes that were sharp and questioning behind a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles. He wore shirt sleeves and a loosened collar, the uniform of a man who'd been working at his drafting table, but Watson could see the tension in his shoulders, the wariness in his posture. "Mr. Holmes," Thornley said quietly, and Watson realised the young man knew exactly who they were. "Dr. Watson, I've been expecting you. Or rather, I've been expecting someone. Mrs. Hudson mentioned you were investigating some irregularity with the building. I assume you've discovered our unconventional communication method." There was no point in dissembling. Holmes nodded. "We have. And we'd very much like to understand the full picture, Mr. Thornley. May we come in?" Thornley hesitated for only a moment before stepping back to admit them. His rooms were as Watson had seen them before, cluttered with the tools of his profession, drawings pinned to every available surface, books stacked in precarious towers. But now Watson noticed details he'd missed. A small nosegay of dried flowers in a vase near the window, clearly preserved with care. A piece of sheet music on the corner of the drafting table. Chopin, the same composer Watson had seen in Miss Caroline's collection. A slim volume of poetry, well worn, with what looked like a ribbon marking a particular page. "It's not what you might think," Thornley said, closing the door behind them and leaning against it as if he needed its support. "Or perhaps it is exactly what you think. I'm not sure any more what constitutes reasonable behaviour and what constitutes madness in this situation." "Why don't you tell us?" Holmes suggested gently, settling into the room's single armchair with the air of a man prepared to listen. "From the beginning, if you would." Thornley ran a hand through his hair, making it even more dishevelled, and seemed to come to some internal decision. "Very well. Though I warn you, it's not a particularly original story. A young man falls in love with a young woman. A young woman returns his affection. The young woman's brother objects strenuously to any connection between them. Young men and young women resort to increasingly elaborate methods of maintaining contact that her brother can't forbid or prevent." He crossed to the window and stood looking out at Baker Street, his back to them, his shoulders rigid with tension. "I met Caroline, Miss Ashworth, 3 years ago when I first took these rooms. I heard her playing one evening, and it was like nothing I'd ever experienced. Not just the music itself, though that was beautiful, but the emotion behind it, the passion, the yearning. I knew immediately that whoever was creating that sound was someone extraordinary." "You introduced yourself?" Watson prompted. "Eventually. It took me weeks to work up the courage. I'm not naturally bold, Dr. Watson, and I was keenly aware of my position. A poor apprentice architect, barely making enough to pay my rent. She is, a woman of accomplishment, of education, of refinement. But we met on the stairs one evening, and we spoke for perhaps 5 minutes, and in those 5 minutes I knew—" He turned back to face them. "I knew she was the person I'd been waiting my entire life to find." There was such naked honesty in his voice that Watson felt his throat tighten with sympathy. This was no calculated seduction, no cynical attempt at social climbing. This was, quite simply, love, awkward and overwhelming and entirely sincere. "And Miss Ashworth?" Holmes asked. "I felt the same, I think. I hope so. We began to encounter each other more frequently, accidentally at first, though I confess I may have timed my departures and arrivals to increase the likelihood. We spoke of music, of architecture, of books and ideas and all the things that matter when you're trying to know someone's soul through fragments of conversation stolen on staircases. And gradually, carefully, we acknowledged what was growing between us. But her brother objected, Holmes said. It wasn't a question. Objected? Thornley laughed, though there was no humour in it. Mr. Ashworth made it abundantly clear that any courtship between his sister and myself would be entirely unacceptable. I'm not wealthy enough, not established enough, not of sufficient social standing. Never mind that my prospects are excellent, that I work hard, that I could provide for her. Never mind that she's nearly 30 and might wish to make her own choices about her future. According to Edmund Ashworth, his sister's duty is to remain with him, to manage his household, to sacrifice her own happiness for his comfort. The bitterness in Thornley's voice was palpable, and Watson found himself growing increasingly angry on behalf of this young couple whose only crime was falling in love. "So you found another way," Holmes said. "We found another way," Thornley confirmed. "Caroline discovered it first, actually. She was reading in her sitting room one evening when she heard sounds coming from her fireplace. Children playing in the street below, their voices carried up through the ventilation system in some acoustic quirk of the building. She experimented, spoke into her own fireplace, and was astonished to hear her voice echo back from somewhere. She traced it eventually, discovered the ventilation grates, mapped the system as well as she could without attracting attention." He smiled slightly at the memory. "She's brilliant, you know, far more clever than her brother gives her credit for. She worked out that we could use the system to communicate, briefly, carefully, at a specific time when her brother would be occupied elsewhere in their rooms and unlikely to notice. 9 o'clock became our time, the few minutes when we could speak to each other without fear of discovery. And the codes, Watson asked. The phrases? A necessity, Thornley explained. The sound quality is poor, distortion is severe. We needed simple phrases we could both recognise, that would carry clear meaning despite the acoustic challenges. The rose blooms unseen means I'll be at the British Museum. Reading room tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Music carries what words cannot means she'll be giving a lesson at the church school, and I should happen to walk past at 4. Tuesday, the usual place, means Regent's Park, by the fountain near the rose garden. He shook his head, his expression a mixture of pride and sadness. We've become remarkably adept at conducting an entire courtship in code, in whispers, in carefully orchestrated coincidences that allow us brief moments together in public spaces where propriety is maintained even as we steal what fragments of connection we can. Holmes had been listening with his eyes closed, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, but now he opened them and fixed Thornley with a penetrating gaze. "You're aware, of course, that this cannot continue indefinitely. Either you'll be discovered, or you'll both drive yourselves mad with the frustration of perpetual constraint." "I'm aware," Thornley said quietly. "But what alternative do we have? Edmund Ashworth will not change his mind. Caroline is financially dependent on him. Her teaching provides some income, but not enough to live independently. I could support her, but barely, and only if I can secure a position as a full architect rather than an apprentice, which I've been working toward. That's why I've been keeping such irregular hours lately. There's an opportunity with a prestigious firm, a chance to design a public building that could make my reputation. If I succeed, if I can demonstrate I'm a man of substance and prospects." He spread his hands helplessly. "Then perhaps we could marry properly openly without needing her brother's approval because we wouldn't need his financial support." "And if you don't succeed?" Watson asked gently. Thornley was quiet for a long moment. "Then I suppose we continue as we are, whispering through walls, stealing moments, living half a life each, when together we could have a whole one." The room fell silent except for the tick of a clock somewhere, and the distant sounds of London beyond the windows. Watson looked at this young man, earnest, hard-working, deeply in love, and thought about all the arbitrary rules and conventions that governed their society. Rules that said a woman must defer to her brother's judgment. Rules that said romantic attachment was less important than financial security. Rules that valued propriety over happiness, and obligation over love. Holmes stood abruptly, his face showing an expression Watson had rarely seen, something like determination mixed with compassion. "Mr. Thornley," he said, "I believe this situation requires not detection, but intervention, and while the former is my profession, the latter is occasionally my pleasure. With your permission, I'd like to see what can be done about Edmund Ashworth's stubbornness." Thornley looked up, surprised and hopeful in his expression. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Holmes said with a slight smile, "that every puzzle has a solution, even puzzles of human stubbornness and social convention, and I happen to be rather good at finding solutions." He glanced at Watson. "Come, my friend. We have some investigating to do, not into crimes, but into possibilities. And tomorrow I think we shall pay a call on Mr. Edmund Ashworth and see if we can't introduce some reason into his unreasonable position." They took their leave of Thornley, who stood in his doorway looking dazed, as if he couldn't quite believe what had just transpired. As they descended the stairs toward their own rooms, Watson ventured a question. "Holmes, what are you planning?" His friend's smile widened. "I'm planning, Watson, to be less of a detective and more of a human being. To use what I know not to expose secrets, but to protect them, and possibly, just possibly, to help two people who deserve happiness find their way to it, despite a society determined to keep them apart." He paused on the landing, his hand on their door. After all, even the great detective needs an occasional benign case, one that ends not with handcuffs, but with hope. And with that cryptic pronouncement he disappeared into their rooms, leaving Watson to follow and wonder what on earth his remarkable friend had in mind. Sunday morning arrived with the kind of cold that London does best, a damp penetrating chill that seemed to work its way through wool and brick alike, settling into one's bones with the persistence of an unwelcome guest who has no intention of leaving. Watson woke to find frost patterns on the window glass, delicate as lace, and through them he could see Baker Street rendered in shades of white and grey, the cobblestones glistening with ice, the few pedestrians bundled so thoroughly against the weather that they resembled mobile bundles of fabric more than actual people. Holmes was already up, naturally, seated at the breakfast table with a cup of coffee gone cold at his elbow, and that particular expression of intense concentration that meant he was working through a problem of unusual complexity. Before him lay not the architectural drawings or acoustic calculations of previous days, but something else entirely, what appeared to be a dossier of notes, newspaper clippings, and what Watson recognised as the distinctive letterhead of Henderson and Sons, the shipping firm that employed Edmund Ashworth. "You've been busy," Watson observed, pouring himself tea from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left. "And you've been out as well, judging by the mud on your boots and the fact that your coat is still damp." "Since 6 o'clock, Holmes confirmed without looking up. "I paid a visit to someone who owes me a favour, a clerk at Henderson and Sons who was very helpful in the matter of the Cheapside warehouse theft last year. He was kind enough to provide me with some background on Mr. Edmund Ashworth's character and circumstances." Watson settled into his chair, cradling his tea and waiting for Holmes to elaborate. Outside, church bells began their Sunday morning chorus, calling the faithful to worship across the city. He could picture the scene in churches throughout London, congregations gathering in their Sunday best, breath visible in the cold air, voices rising in hymns that had been sung the same way for generations. "Edmund Ashworth," Holmes began, finally looking up from his papers, "is 32 years old, as we already knew. What we didn't know is that he's been employed at Henderson and Sons for 14 years, since he was 18 in fact. He started as a junior clerk, worked his way up through sheer diligence and attention to detail, and is now senior enough to have responsibility for some of their most important shipping accounts." "A success story then," Watson said, "of a sort. He earns a respectable salary, enough to maintain their rooms here, to live comfortably if modestly, to provide for his sister's needs. But here's what's interesting, Watson. He could earn considerably more. My informant tells me that Ashworth has been offered promotions twice in the past 5 years. Positions that would have meant more responsibility, more prestige, and significantly more money. He refused both times." Watson frowned. "Why would he refuse advancement?" "Because," Holmes said, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied expression, "the positions would have required him to relocate. One to the Liverpool office, one to Southampton, and Edmund Ashworth will not leave London." "Because of his sister?" "Ostensibly, yes. He told his employers that he couldn't uproot Miss Ashworth from her established life here, her teaching practice, her connections, her routines. But I suspect the truth is more complicated." Holmes tapped one of the newspaper clippings. "There's something else. Every Sunday afternoon, Edmund Ashworth takes a journey by omnibus to Clapham. He's been doing this faithfully for the past 3 years, returning by evening. Mrs. Hudson mentioned it in passing when we first discussed the household routines, but I didn't give it much thought at the time. Now, however, he pushed the clipping toward Watson. It was a society notice from a local Clapham newspaper, dated some 4 months previous, announcing the engagement of Miss Beatrice Hartwell to Mr. Edmund Ashworth, both of that parish. The wedding was to take place at a date to be determined pending family arrangements. Watson read it twice, then looked up at Holmes with a dawning understanding. Ashworth is engaged? Has been for 4 months, apparently, though he's kept it remarkably quiet. Miss Hartwell is the daughter of a prosperous greengrocer. Respectable trade, solid middle-class family, the sort of match that would be entirely appropriate for a senior clerk at a shipping firm. They met through the church, began courting with proper chaperonage and parental approval, and have been conducting themselves with perfect propriety ever since. But he hasn't married her. No, nor has he told his sister about the engagement, as far as I can determine. He visits Miss Hartwell every Sunday. Presumably they discuss wedding plans and their future together, and then he returns to Baker Street and continues living as if none of this were happening. Holmes's expression was thoughtful, almost sympathetic. The question is, why? What prevents him from moving forward with his own life? Watson considered the puzzle, sipping his tea and watching the frost patterns on the window slowly melt as weak sunlight found its way through the clouds. His sister, he said finally. If he marries, what becomes of Miss Ashworth? She can't continue living with him. It would be entirely inappropriate, especially with a new wife in the household. She'd need to find other accommodations, establish an independent life, which would be difficult given her limited income. Precisely. Edmund Ashworth finds himself caught between two obligations. His duty to his sister, who has depended on him since their parents died some 7 years ago, and his own desire for marriage and a normal domestic life. So he postpones his wedding indefinitely, visits his fiancée weekly to maintain the engagement, and keeps his sister in ignorance of the whole situation because he hasn't yet determined how to resolve the conflict. That's terrible, Watson said, feeling sympathy for everyone involved. For his sister, certainly, but also for him, and for poor Miss Hartwell, waiting for a wedding that may never come. It's Victorian responsibility taken to its logical, tragic conclusion, Holmes agreed. Everyone doing their duty, everyone behaving properly, and everyone miserable as a result. Ashworth won't marry because he feels responsible for his sister, but he also won't allow his sister to marry, because he needs her to maintain his household. Meanwhile, his own engagement languishes. Miss Hartwell grows increasingly impatient. My source tells me there have been some tense conversations lately, and Miss Ashworth remains trapped in a situation where she's simultaneously essential and burdensome. Holmes stood and walked to the window, his hands clasped behind his back, looking out at the frost-touched street. The irony, of course, is that if Edmund Ashworth allowed his sister to marry young Thornley, it would solve everyone's problems. Miss Ashworth would be provided for, Ashworth would be free to marry Miss Hartwell, and 2 couples could proceed with their lives. But he can't see it, Watson. His sense of duty and propriety has blinded him to the solution that's right in front of him. So what do we do? Watson asked. We can't force him to change his mind. No, we can't. But we can perhaps illuminate certain facts that he may not be aware of, make him understand the consequences of his current course, not just for his sister, but for himself. Holmes turned from the window, and Watson saw that familiar glint of determination in his eyes. I propose we pay Mr. Ashworth a visit this morning, before he departs for Clapham, and we have a very careful, very strategic conversation about the nature of duty, the burden of secrets, and the price of postponing one's own happiness indefinitely. At 10 o'clock, they knocked on the door of the Ashworth's rooms. It was opened by Edmund Ashworth himself, dressed for church in a dark suit that had been carefully pressed, his collar starched to within an inch of its life, his hair slicked back with pomade. He looked surprised to see them, and Watson thought he detected a flicker of concern in his expression, as if he suspected this visit might not be entirely social. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is unexpected. Forgive the intrusion, Holmes said with his most disarming smile, particularly on a Sunday morning, but a matter has come to my attention that I believe requires immediate discussion, and I thought it best to address it with you directly, rather than allow misunderstandings to proliferate. Ashworth's expression shifted from surprise to wariness. What sort of matter? The sort best discussed in private, if you don't mind. May we come in? After a moment's hesitation, Ashworth stepped back to admit them. The sitting room was empty. Miss Ashworth was presumably in her bedroom preparing for church, and the remains of breakfast still sat on the table by the window. Everything was neat, orderly, proper. The room of people who lived carefully within their means and their station. Ashworth gestured them to seats, but remained standing himself, his posture rigid with defensive tension. "I assume this is about the chimney matter Mrs. Hudson mentioned, Dr. Watson's examination of the ventilation system?" "In a manner of speaking," Holmes said, settling into his chair with deceptive casualness. "Though I confess the structural integrity of the building is not my primary concern at the moment. Mr. Ashworth, I wonder if you might indulge me in what may seem like a peculiar line of questioning. How long have you been engaged to Miss Beatrice Hartwell of Clapham?" The effect of this question was immediate and dramatic. All colour drained from Ashworth's face. His hand gripped the back of the nearest chair so tightly his knuckles went white. For a moment he seemed unable to speak, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. How did you—" he finally managed. "How I learned of it is less important than the fact itself," Holmes said gently. 4 months, I believe. Congratulations are in order, though I notice you haven't yet set a date for the wedding. May I ask why?" Ashworth sank into the chair he'd been gripping, looking suddenly older than his 32 years. "That's a private matter, Mr. Holmes. I don't see how it concerns you." "It concerns me because it concerns your sister, who has become relevant to a case I'm investigating." "Not a criminal case," Holmes added quickly, seeing an alarm flash across Ashworth's face. "But a case nonetheless, one involving secrets, Mr. Ashworth. Multiple secrets, all kept by people living in this building, all tangled together in ways that are causing unnecessary pain." Watson watched Ashworth's face as he processed this, and saw the defensive walls begin to crumble slightly. The man looked exhausted, Watson realised. Worn down by the weight of obligations he couldn't satisfy and choices he couldn't make. "I don't understand," Ashworth said finally. "Then let me be direct," Holmes replied, leaning forward slightly. "You're engaged to be married but cannot proceed with your wedding because you feel responsible for your sister's welfare. You believe that if you marry, she'll have nowhere to go, no one to provide for her, and will be left in a precarious position. Yes?" Ashworth nodded slowly, warily. "And yet," Holmes continued, "you also prevent your sister from pursuing her own marital prospects, because you need her to maintain your household and provide the domestic stability that allows you to work and maintain your position at Henderson and Sons. Also correct?" "I haven't prevented anything," Ashworth protested. "Caroline has never expressed interest in marrying. She's never mentioned any particular gentleman." "Because she knows you would object," Watson interjected, unable to remain silent. "Because she understands that you depend on her, that revealing her own wishes would create a conflict she doesn't know how to resolve. So she remains silent, and you both maintain this fiction that she's content with her current situation." Ashworth looked between them, his expression now genuinely distressed. "You're suggesting my sister wishes to marry? That there's someone—" He stopped, a new thought occurring to him. "This is about young Thornley, isn't it? I've seen how they look at each other on the stairs, the way they find excuses to speak. I've wondered." "They're in love," Holmes said simply. "Deeply, sincerely, hopelessly in love. The sort of love that decent people spend their entire lives hoping to find. And they've been conducting their courtship in secret for 3 years because they both know you would never approve." Ashworth began, but Holmes held up a hand. "Before you object, before you list all the reasons why James Thornley is unsuitable, let me tell you what I know about him. He's 26 years old, hard-working, talented, with excellent prospects in his field. He's respectful, honourable, and has shown remarkable patience and discretion in his regard for your sister. He earns enough to support a modest household, and his earnings will only increase as his reputation grows. By any objective measure, he would be a perfectly acceptable match." "He's too young," Ashworth said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Caroline is 29. People would talk." "People always talk," Watson said, "but they'd talk far more about a woman of 30 who remains unmarried and dependent on her brother. Particularly when that brother has his own fiancée. Waiting in Clapham?" Ashworth flinched as if struck. "How do you know about Beatrice?" "I'm a detective," Holmes said with a slight smile. "It's my business to know things. But more importantly, Mr. Ashworth, your fiancée knows about your situation, doesn't she? She knows you keep postponing the wedding because of your sister. How much longer do you think she'll wait? How much longer can you ask her to wait?" The room fell silent except for the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece and the distant sounds of church bells still calling across London. Ashworth sat with his head in his hands, the perfect picture of a man caught in a trap of his own making. "I don't know what to do," he said finally, his voice muffled. "I feel responsible for Caroline. Our parents left her in my care when they died. I can't just abandon her." "No one is suggesting you abandon her," Holmes said, his tone surprisingly gentle. "But neither can you preserve her in amber like a specimen, keeping her frozen in this moment because you're afraid of change. She's a grown woman, Mr. Ashworth. She deserves the opportunity to make her own choices, to pursue her own happiness, even if those choices make your life slightly less convenient." Watson added his own voice to the argument. "And consider this. If your sister marries, she'll be provided for. You'll be free to marry Miss Hartwell without guilt or concern. 2 households will be established where now there's only one. Everyone moves forward with their lives instead of remaining locked in this peculiar stasis." Ashworth looked up, and Watson saw tears in his eyes, the tears of a man who'd been holding everything together through sheer force of will and was finally allowing himself to feel the strain. But what if Thornley can't support her properly? What if his prospects don't materialize? What if the sky falls? Holmes interrupted. "Mr. Ashworth, you cannot protect your sister from every possible misfortune. You cannot guarantee her future any more than you can guarantee your own. All you can do is allow her the dignity of making her own choices and supporting those choices to the best of your ability." He paused, then added more softly, "And I'll tell you something else. Your sister is far more resilient than you give her credit for. She's been managing her own teaching practice, maintaining a household, and conducting a clandestine courtship for 3 years, all while carefully ensuring you never suspected anything was amiss. That takes intelligence, courage, and considerable strength of character. I think you can trust her to navigate marriage with equal competence." Ashworth was quiet for a long moment, absorbing this. Watson could almost see the mental calculations happening, the slow shift from resistance to possibility. It was like watching ice begin to melt, a gradual transformation, but once begun, impossible to reverse. "How long have they been?" Ashworth began, then stopped, seeming unable to complete the question. 3 years, Holmes said. "They've been extraordinarily discreet. Mrs. Hudson has no idea. Their meetings have been carefully orchestrated to appear coincidental. They've done everything possible to respect your position and your concerns, even while working around them." 3 years, Ashworth repeated, as if testing the weight of the phrase. 3 years of what? Secret meetings? Clandestine correspondence? 3 years of patience, Watson corrected. 3 years of hoping you might eventually change your mind. 3 years of putting duty before desire, of waiting for circumstances to shift in their favour. How much longer do you expect them to wait, Mr. Ashworth? The clock chimed the half-hour. Outside, the church bells had fallen silent, replaced by the sound of footsteps on pavement as London's faithful made their way to worship. And still Ashworth sat, wrestling with realizations that were forcing him to reconsider everything he'd believed about his situation. "I thought I was protecting her," he said finally. So quietly Watson had to lean forward to hear. "Our parents died so suddenly. Father's heart, mother following him within the year, as if she couldn't bear to remain without him. Caroline was only 22, still so young. I felt it was my duty to ensure she was safe, provided that she wouldn't face the world alone." "And you succeeded," Holmes said. "You kept her safe for 7 years, but safety isn't the same as happiness, Mr. Ashworth. And duty, however well-intentioned, can become a cage if maintained beyond its proper time." "What should I do?" The question came out like a plea, the cry of a man who'd been carrying too much weight for too long and was finally admitting he needed help. Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson before answering. "I think you should have a conversation with your sister, an honest conversation, perhaps the first truly honest conversation you've had in years. Tell her about Miss Hartwell. Tell her why you've been postponing your wedding. Ask her, really ask her about her own wishes, her own hopes for the future, and then listen. Listen without immediately offering objections or concerns. Just listen. And if she says she wants to marry Thornley, then you meet with young Thornley. You evaluate him as you would any potential brother-in-law, not as an inconvenience to be dismissed, but as a person whose character and prospects deserve fair consideration. You ask him about his plans, his ability to provide for your sister, his intentions. You act as a brother who wants his sister's happiness, not as a warden who wants his prisoner to remain confined. Ashworth nodded slowly, and Watson saw something shift in his posture. A slight relaxing of the shoulders, as if someone had removed a weight from his back. And what about my engagement? What should I tell Beatrice? The truth, Watson said, that circumstances have changed, that your sister's future is being resolved, and that you can now move forward with your own plans. Miss Hartwell has waited 4 months. I suspect she'll be overjoyed to learn that the wait has an end in sight. Holmes stood, signalling that their conversation was drawing to a close. Mr. Ashworth, I want you to understand something. Watson and I stumbled upon your household secrets quite by accident while investigating a matter for Mrs. Hudson. We could expose everything we've learned. Your sister's courtship, your engagement, the various deceptions everyone has been maintaining. But we're choosing not to. We're choosing instead to give you the opportunity to address these matters yourself, in your own time, in your own way. He paused at the door, looking back at Ashworth with an expression that was equal parts authority and compassion. But I would urge you not to delay. Every day you postpone these conversations is another day of unnecessary pain for everyone involved, including yourself. They left Ashworth sitting in his chair, staring at nothing, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden demolition of the careful structures he'd built to manage his life. As they climbed the stairs back to their own rooms, Watson found himself hoping they'd done the right thing. "Do you think he'll actually speak with her?" he asked Holmes. "I think he will. Eventually. Today, perhaps, or this week. The truth, once acknowledged, becomes difficult to ignore." Holmes paused on the landing, looking thoughtful. "He's not a bad man, Watson, just a frightened one. Frightened of change, frightened of failing in his duty, frightened of the unknown. We all build cages for ourselves, and we all find reasons to believe those cages are necessary. Sometimes all it takes is someone pointing out that the door was never actually locked." Back in their sitting room, Holmes settled into his chair with a satisfied air, filling his pipe with the careful deliberation of a man who'd accomplished something significant. Watson poured them both whiskey. It seemed warranted despite the early hour, and they sat in comfortable silence for several minutes. "You know," Watson said eventually, "when Mrs. Hudson came to us about whispers in her chimney, I never imagined we'd end up playing matchmaker." Holmes smiled around his pipe stem. "Neither did I, but perhaps that's what makes this case so interesting. We set out to solve a mystery and ended up addressing a far more complex puzzle, the puzzle of how people can live side by side, sharing walls and air and daily routines, yet remain complete strangers to each other's inner lives. How can we be so close and yet so isolated?" "And do you think our intervention will actually help?" Watson asked. "Or have we just complicated things further?" "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that we've introduced the possibility of change into a situation that had become static. What people do with that possibility is up to them. But at least now they have options they didn't have before, conversations they can have, choices they can make." He paused, then added with a slight smile, "And if my reading of the situation is correct, we may soon have a very happy ending to report. 2 happy endings, in fact, which would make this officially the most benign case in my entire career." Watson raised his glass. "To benign cases, then. May we have more of them." "To benign cases," Holmes echoed, "and to the small rebellions of the heart that make life worth living, even in a city that tries so hard to regulate every aspect of human connection." They drank, and outside the window, London continued its Sunday routines. Church services and family dinners, courtships and engagements, secrets kept and secrets revealed, the endless dance of human relationships playing out behind 1,000 closed doors. And somewhere in the building, Watson imagined, Edmund Ashworth was preparing to have the most important conversation of his life while his sister waited, unknowing, for her entire world to change. November surrendered to December with a grace that surprised everyone. The bitter cold that had gripped London for weeks suddenly loosened its hold, replaced by something gentler, a mildness in the air that felt almost like spring's distant promise, though winter had barely begun. The fog that had been their constant companion thinned to occasional wisps, and actual sunlight, pale but genuine, began to appear with something approaching regularity. Watson stood at the window of 221B on a Tuesday afternoon, 3 days after their conversation with Edmund Ashworth, watching Baker Street below and wondering what was happening in the rooms beneath them. They'd heard nothing. No raised voices, no dramatic confrontations, no sounds of distress. Just the ordinary creaks and murmurs of a building going about its daily business. "Patience, Watson," Holmes said from his chair, not looking up from the newspaper he was reading. "These things take time." "How did you know what I was thinking?" "You've been standing at that window for 20 minutes, looking down at the street with the expression of a man waiting for news, and you've checked your pocket watch 4 times in the last 10 minutes. The conclusion practically draws itself." Watson smiled despite his anxiety. "I suppose I'm worried we may have made things worse rather than better. What if Ashworth reacted badly? What if he's forbidden his sister from seeing Thornley entirely? What if you trust that people, when given the full truth, generally make reasonable decisions?" Holmes set down his paper and fixed Watson with an amused look. "You worry too much, old friend. Though I confess it's one of your more endearing qualities." Before Watson could respond, they heard footsteps on the stairs, quick, light, purposeful. A knock came at their door, and when Holmes called for the visitor to enter, Mrs. Hudson appeared, looking flustered and excited in equal measure. "Mr. Holmes, Doctor. Watson, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, but Mr. Ashworth has asked if you might both come down to his rooms. He says it's important, and he'd be very grateful if you could spare a few moments." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Of course," Holmes said, rising with his characteristic fluidity. "We'll come immediately." They descended the stairs with Mrs. Hudson, who was practically vibrating with curiosity, but maintained enough propriety not to ask questions. At the Ashworth's door she knocked softly, then took her leave, though Watson saw her glance back with barely concealed interest before disappearing toward her own rooms. Edmund Ashworth opened the door himself, and Watson was struck by how different he looked from their last meeting. The rigid tension that had defined his posture was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like relief. His collar was slightly loosened, an unthinkable informality for a man who usually dressed as if perpetually prepared for a business meeting. And his expression, while still serious, held none of the defensive wariness they'd seen before. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for coming." He stepped back to admit them. "Please, sit down. We wanted to speak with you." The sitting room was as neat as ever, but Watson noticed small changes. Fresh flowers in a vase by the window, winter roses, expensive and carefully arranged. The curtains had been drawn back fully, allowing more light than usual to flood the space. And seated at the piano, her hands folded in her lap, was Miss Caroline Ashworth, looking nervous but hopeful. And standing near the fireplace, looking equally nervous but somehow more solid than Watson remembered, was James Thornley. "Mr. Holmes," Thornley said, nodding respectfully. "Dr. Watson, I believe you both know why we've asked you here." Holmes settled into the chair Ashworth indicated, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes bright with interest. "I have some theories, but I'd prefer to hear it from you." Edmund Ashworth cleared his throat, standing in the centre of the room with the air of a man about to deliver a speech he'd rehearsed extensively. "After you left on Sunday, I did considerable thinking about what you'd said, about my responsibilities and my fears and the various ways I've been managing or mismanaging my household and my relationships." He glanced at his sister, who gave him an encouraging nod. "I spoke with Caroline, honestly, for perhaps the first time in years. I told her about Beatrice, about my engagement, about why I'd been postponing the wedding, and I asked her, really asked her, what she wanted for her own future. And I told him the truth," Caroline said, her voice soft but steady. "About James, about our understanding, about how we've been trying to honour Edmund's wishes while still maintaining some connection with each other. She told me about the chimney," Edmund said, and despite the seriousness of the moment, Watson detected a hint of amusement in his voice. "About discovering the ventilation system, about using it to communicate. I'll confess, I was shocked at first. The deception of it, the elaborate secrecy. But then I realised they felt they had to deceive me because I'd made it impossible for them to be honest." He crossed to where Thornley stood and extended his hand. After a moment's surprise, Thornley took it, and they shook, formally, but with what looked like genuine warmth. "Mr. Thornley," Edmund said, "I owe you an apology. I've treated you with suspicion and hostility when you've shown nothing but respect and patience. You've waited 3 years for my sister, conducted yourself with perfect propriety, and made no attempt to undermine my authority or circumvent my concerns. That shows a strength of character I should have recognised earlier. Mr. Ashworth, Thornley began, but Edmund held up a hand. Let me finish. I spoke with Caroline about your circumstances, your prospects, your character. I made inquiries, discreet ones, about your work and your reputation in your profession, and I've come to understand that my objections were not based on any actual failing on your part, but on my own fear of change and my misguided sense of duty. He turned to his sister, and Watson saw genuine emotion in his face, regret, affection, a kind of weary relief. Caroline, I'm sorry. I thought I was protecting you, but I was actually imprisoning you. I was so focused on my responsibility to you that I never stopped to consider what you might want for yourself. That was selfish of me, and I'm deeply sorry. Caroline rose from the piano bench and crossed to her brother, taking his hands in hers. Edmund, you've been nothing but good to me since our parents died. You gave up opportunities, postponed your own happiness, all to ensure I was safe and provided for. I could never think poorly of you for that. But I should have trusted you, Edmund insisted. Trusted you to know your own mind, to make your own choices. You're not a child who needs constant supervision. You're a woman of intelligence and judgment, and I should have treated you as such. Watching this exchange, Watson felt his throat tighten with emotion. This was what they'd hoped for, this honesty, this mutual recognition of each other's worth and autonomy. But seeing it actually happen, seeing these three people work through years of constraint and misunderstanding, was more moving than he'd anticipated. Holmes, however, maintained his composure. So, he said carefully, I take it you've reached some understanding about the future? We have, Edmund confirmed. He looked at Thornley. With my blessing, James has asked for Caroline's hand in marriage, and she has accepted. Caroline's face broke into a radiant smile, and she reached out to take Thornley's hand. The young architect looked dazed, as if he couldn't quite believe this was happening after years of secret meetings and whispered communications through chimney pipes. We'll marry in the spring, Caroline said, her voice full of quiet joy. James has secured that position he's been working toward, the one with Morrison and Associates. They've commissioned him to design a new public library in Kensington. It's a significant opportunity, and the compensation will be more than adequate to support a household. I'm very proud of him, Edmund added, and Watson was struck by how genuine he sounded. The architectural drawings he showed me are truly impressive. The building will be a credit to his talent and his dedication. And what of your own wedding? Holmes asked Edmund. I trust Miss Hartwell has been informed of these developments? Edmund actually smiled, a real smile that transformed his usually stern face. She has. I visited her yesterday and told her everything. She was remarkably understanding, considering how patient she's had to be. We've set a date for late January, nothing elaborate, just a simple ceremony with family and close friends, and Caroline and James have agreed to be our witnesses. And after you marry? Watson asked, thinking of the practical arrangements that would need to be made. I found rooms in Clapham near Beatrice's family, Edmund explained. It's more convenient for my work anyway, closer to the docks where many of our clients have their operations. Caroline and James will take over this flat. Mrs. Hudson has already agreed to the arrangement. She's been extraordinarily kind, Caroline added. When we explained the situation, well, the parts we could explain without revealing that Mr. Holmes had been investigating us, she was nothing but supportive. She even said she'd suspected something romantic was happening between James and me, and she was glad to see it working out properly. Holmes chuckled. Mrs. Hudson is far more observant than people give her credit for. She manages a boarding house, after all. That requires a keen understanding of human nature and the ability to notice things that others miss. But speaking of things that others miss, Thornley said, looking slightly embarrassed, we wanted to thank you both, properly. If you hadn't intervened, if you hadn't spoken with Mr. Ashworth and helped him see the situation clearly, I don't know how much longer we could have continued as we were. The secrecy, the constraint, it was wearing on both of us. We were beginning to lose hope, Caroline admitted quietly. 3 years is a long time to wait, to maintain such careful pretense. There were moments when I wondered if we'd ever be able to be honest about our feelings, to have a normal courtship like other couples. Your intervention gave us that possibility. Holmes waved away their thanks with an elegant gesture. We did very little, I assure you. We simply illuminated certain facts and suggested that honest conversation might be more productive than continued secrecy. The courage to actually have those conversations, that came from you. Still, Edmund said firmly, we're grateful, all three of us. It's not every day that one's life changes so dramatically for the better, and it's even rarer to have that change facilitated by outside intervention that's both timely and tactful. Watson cleared his throat, feeling he should contribute something to the moment. If I may ask, and you needn't answer if it's too personal, but when did you realise about the chimney? When did you discover you could communicate that way? Caroline and Thornley exchanged glances, and Watson saw the ghost of a shared memory pass between them, something intimate and slightly mischievous. About 2.5 years ago, Caroline said. I was practising piano one evening, and afterward I sat by the fireplace reading. The fire was lit and I was quite comfortable, and I happened to say something aloud, just commenting to myself about the book, the way one does when alone, and I heard an echo, very faint, very distorted, but unmistakably an echo of my own voice. I heard it in my rooms above, Thornley continued. At first I thought I was imagining it, but then I experimented. I spoke into my fireplace at different times, trying to determine when the sound carried best. Eventually I realised it worked most reliably around 9 o'clock, when Caroline had lit her fire, but Edmund was in another part of the flat reading or working on correspondence. So we established a routine, Caroline said. 9 o'clock became our time. At first we just spoke normally, or as normally as one can speak into a chimney, but the sound quality was so poor that we could rarely understand complete sentences. So we developed the codes, simple phrases that carried clear meaning despite the distortion. The rose blooms unseen, Thornley said softly, looking at Caroline with such open affection that Watson had to look away, feeling like an intruder on their private world. That was our signal for the British Museum. Caroline would say it into the chimney, I'd hear it in my room, and I'd know to be in the reading room the next afternoon at 2 o'clock. And music carries what words cannot, meant the church school, Caroline added, where I give lessons on Thursday afternoons. James would walk past at 4 o'clock, and we'd have a few minutes to exchange greetings, perhaps walk a few blocks together before propriety required us to part. Holmes was listening with genuine fascination. Ingenious. Absolutely ingenious. You essentially created a private telegraph system using the building's existing infrastructure. The acoustic principles alone are remarkable, but the practical application, the development of a code system that could survive severe audio distortion, shows considerable intelligence and creativity. It shows desperation, Edmund said quietly, and there was regret in his voice, that they felt the need to go to such lengths, to be so elaborate in their deception, because I'd made honest communication impossible. That's what I find hardest to forgive myself for. But you've made it right, Watson said firmly. That's what matters. You've acknowledged your mistake and changed course. That takes its own kind of courage. They talked for a while longer, discussing practical arrangements and future plans. Thornley would continue working on his library commission, while Caroline finished out the current term with her piano students. Edmund would begin the process of moving his belongings to Clapham and preparing for his own wedding. And gradually the household that had been built on secrets and suppressed desires would transform into something new, something honest and open, and infinitely happier. As Holmes and Watson prepared to leave, Caroline stopped them at the door. "Mr. Holmes," she said, "there's something I've been curious about. How did you know? About the chimney, I mean. How did you deduce that we were using it to communicate?" Holmes smiled. "It was Mrs. Hudson who alerted us to the phenomenon of whispers in her fireplace. From there, it was simply a matter of tracing the acoustic pathways and determining where the sound originated. The architectural investigation revealed the ventilation system's peculiarities. Observations revealed the patterns of behaviour, who was home at 9 o'clock, who might have access to the speaking points, who had motivation to communicate secretly." "And the codes?" Thornley asked. "How did you know we were using them?" The rhythm of the whispers Mrs. Hudson described was too regular, too deliberate to be accidental. Natural speech has an organic flow, pauses, variations in tempo, emotional inflections. What she was hearing sounded more measured, more rehearsed. That suggested either someone reading from a text or someone speaking in code. Given the circumstances, code seemed more likely. "And the test with the phrase, 'the rose blooms unseen'?" Caroline asked. "That was pure deduction based on the romantic nature of your situation. Roses are universal symbols of love and courtship, and the idea of something blooming unseen, hidden from view but still growing, still beautiful, seemed appropriate for a secret romance. I gambled that you'd developed similar poetic codes, and your reaction confirmed it." Caroline shook her head in wonder. "It's remarkable. You unravelled in days what we'd spent years carefully constructing." "Secrets are like that," Holmes said gently. "They require constant energy to maintain, but can be exposed with surprising ease once someone knows where to look. The question is never whether a secret can be kept forever. It can't, but whether it will be revealed intentionally or accidentally. You're fortunate that it was revealed by someone who wished you well." Back in their own rooms, Watson poured them both a generous measure of whiskey and settled into his chair with a contented sigh. "Well," he said, "I'd say that's a satisfactory conclusion to our investigation." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, accepting his glass and raising it in a small toast. 2 engagements legitimized, 1 overbearing brother reformed, and a couple freed from the necessity of whispering through chimneys. Not a bad week's work. "And no handcuffs, no trials, no criminals carted off to prison," Watson added with a smile. "A thoroughly benign case, just as you predicted." "The most benign case of my career," Holmes confirmed, "and perhaps, in its own way, the most satisfying. There's something deeply pleasing about solving a puzzle that ends in happiness rather than punishment, about using observation and deduction not to expose wickedness, but to facilitate joy." He sipped his whiskey thoughtfully, gazing into the fire that burned cheerfully in their own hearth, a fire that would never again carry whispered secrets, now that those secrets had been brought into the light. "You know, Watson," Holmes said after a moment, "London is full of mysteries. We chase murderers and thieves, forgers and blackmailers, and we're right to do so. Society requires that kind of vigilance. But London is also full of quieter puzzles, people trying to navigate impossible social constraints, hearts reaching toward each other across arbitrary divides, small rebellions against rules that make no sense but carry the weight of tradition. And occasionally," Watson said, "we get to help with those puzzles instead." "Occasionally," Holmes agreed. "And when we do, I'm reminded that detection isn't just about exposing darkness. Sometimes it's about revealing light that was already there, just hidden. About showing people possibilities they couldn't see because they were too close to the problem." Watson thought about Edmund Ashworth, paralysed by duty and fear, about Caroline and Thornley, 3 years of patience finally rewarded, about the elaborate system of codes and whispers they'd constructed just to maintain some connection with each other. And he thought about how easily it could have continued. Years more of secret communications, of suppressed desires, of lives half-lived because no one had the courage to break the pattern. "Do you think they'll be happy?" Watson asked. "Both couples, I mean." Holmes considered the question seriously. "I think they have as good a chance as anyone. Better, perhaps, because they've already demonstrated patience, commitment, and the ability to work through difficult circumstances. Edmund and Miss Hartwell have survived a 4-month engagement that could easily have collapsed under the strain. Caroline and Thornley have survived 3 years of constraint without their affection dimming. Those are good foundations for marriage." He paused, then added with a slight smile, "And they'll always have an excellent story to tell about how they courted. We whispered through chimney pipes is certainly more interesting than we met at a tea party." Watson laughed, and the sound seemed to fill the room with warmth. Or perhaps it was just the firelight, or the whiskey, or the satisfaction of a case well concluded. Outside, Baker Street was settling into evening, gas lamps flickering to life, the working day coming to a close for thousands of Londoners who would never know that above their heads, in one particular boarding house, a small miracle of human connection had just been legitimised and celebrated. "I suppose," Watson said after a comfortable silence, "we should tell Mrs. Hudson that her haunting has been resolved. She deserves to know her chimney is no longer carrying mysterious whispers." "I already did," Holmes said. "I spoke with her this afternoon while you were at your club. I told her the ventilation system had some unusual acoustic properties that occasionally carried sounds between floors, but that the issue had been addressed and she should no longer be troubled by mysterious noises." "Did you tell her about the courtship?" "I told her there had been some misunderstandings between her tenants that were now resolved, and that she might soon have some good news to celebrate. I thought it best to let the Ashworths and Thornley share the details themselves in their own way and time." "Very diplomatic." "I have my moments." Holmes finished his whiskey and set down the glass with a decisive click. "Now then, Watson, unless another case presents itself this evening, and I sincerely hope it doesn't, I propose we enjoy a quiet dinner, perhaps a game of chess, and an early night. We've earned a rest." Agreed, Watson said. Though I have to say, Holmes, if all our cases ended like this one, with engagements instead of arrests, with happiness instead of handcuffs, I wouldn't complain. Neither would I, Holmes admitted, but the world being what it is, I suspect we'll be back to chasing criminals soon enough. So let's enjoy this moment while we have it. The moment when we solved a mystery by doing nothing more than telling the truth and suggesting that people be honest with each other. Sometimes, Watson, the simplest solutions are the most effective. The fire crackled softly in agreement, and somewhere below them, in rooms that had been filled with constraint and secrecy, Watson imagined 3 people, soon to be 2 couples, planning their futures with an openness and joy that would have been impossible just days before. The whispers in the chimney had fallen silent, but the conversations that replaced them, honest, open, full of hope, were so much richer, so much more beautiful, that Watson knew they'd done the right thing. Even if it meant Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, had just solved his most benign case by becoming, however briefly, a matchmaker. And really, Watson thought with a smile, there were worse fates than that. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're settling into the quiet night of Amsterdam, the warm coastal breeze of Auckland, the peaceful glow of Edinburgh, or the moonlit calm of Buenos Aires. If this tale brought you ease, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle silence. Let your thoughts unwind, let the night embrace you, let your dreams wander freely. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide, wonderful world.